Well, what's going on, everybody? Hey, so I'm doing something a little bit different today because I have work I got to do. So I'm gonna leave these four cameras up. These are Kiev, and I'm live on social media and on Citizen Stringer. And I'll pop in and talk about stuff as it comes. But I have to work in the front, and I'm also listening to a court case that's going to be resuming in 3 minutes. That I'm not going to talk about right now, but trying to decide whether or not it's a story. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm doing a bunch of stuff, trying to get these boxes put together and all that. So I'm just going to keep these camera angles up. This is Kiev because apparently Russia's supposed to bomb it. So these are the live angles from Kiev right now. Shit. And I may have to switch back and forth between some, but here you go. Also, because we like fact checks, there's reports that a Russian tank ran over Ukrainian civilian in a vehicle. That's not true. That was a Ukrainian tank. The driver lost control of it, and the person that was in the vehicle survived. Horrible video, mind you. Horrible video. But based on what I'm able to find out, it appears that that was a Ukrainian tank that ran over that vehicle. It was not a Russian tank. There's some reporting out right now that NATO has made a decision. Where is it? U.S. ambassador to NATO saying, we have given our military leaders the authority to act in defense of allies, and we will deploy forces as necessary. That does not mean that they're going to be deploying troops to Ukraine, because Ukraine is not a NATO ally, which we already know. So we got to make sure that when we report things accurately, because a lot of people are concerned. Like, okay, there's that apparently an oil tanker, the Millennium, that was hit by Russian weaponry or something, and everyone's saying, well, Romania is a NATO ally. That's what they needed. They're going to go in and go after them. Except that may have been a contracted Romanian ship, but it was currently flying under the flag of Moldova, which is not a NATO ally. Therefore, there would be no NATO aggression. And it wasn't even, it was a private ship. It wasn't even carrying any military supplies. It was an oil tanker. So there's a lot going on right now in terms of social media. There hasn't been a big tank. Man, what the hell is going on? There hasn't been a big push in Kiev last night. It actually looks like it was pretty quiet. I take that back. There was some chatter. Air raid symbols have been going off for a while too. I don't know. I had a dream that this got much worse, and then we all went over there and kicked some ass. So, like, I woke up this morning, I was like, yeah, and then I was like, no, it's a dream. But I had a dream that we all went over. Like, and when I say we all, I mean all of you guys, the people that normally watch my show. We just all strapped on. Spartan Armor gave us the body armor, and we're like, okay, let's go. And we kicked some ass. But in all reality, it seems that the Ukrainian military is doing a pretty good job themselves. With over 1,000 Russian troops apparently deceased. Now, Putin has made a speech this morning where he told Ukrainian soldiers to take power in your own hands and not to let drug addicts and neo-nationalists use your families as human shields. He is essentially telling the military to throw a coup of their own government. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Miranda Devine, who is this lady? She is a journalist with Fox News. Said incredible poll coming up from Rasmussen. Democrats care more about defending Ukraine's border against Russia than America's border against migration, with a massive margin the opposite for Republicans. Only 31% of voters think Biden is handling this Ukraine crisis well. That's interesting. Not really. I mean, obviously, Democrats don't care anything about our borders here. A lot of Democrats want, U.S. troops on the ground, which is very, very odd to me. It's very, very odd because doesn't make a lot of sense. UK Defense Ministry, Russian armored vehicles have opened a new route of advancement towards Kiev, having failed to capture Chernihiv. So there's a lot going on. But like I said, I've got some stuff to do up front. I'm waiting on this court case that I'm called into to resume, and then I'm going to do that. There was another tweet that I saw this morning that was interesting, because a lot of people are saying that Russia has said that they're willing to go like neutral. They're willing to, talk, have high level talks with the Ukrainian government. But then I think it was the Russian defense minister has said that those talks will only take place if Ukraine is demilitarized, which essentially means nothing. It means it's not going to happen. But a lot of people are trying to grip onto anything that they can to try to disprove stuff. What time is it? 11:51. Man, it's lunchtime. I'm gonna have to eat. I got so much work to do. I got so many shirts to print. That's what I'm gonna try to get out of here now. and do this stuff today. But yeah, we're gonna keep our coverage, pretty much live all day with this split screen, and then we'll switch back and forth. And every now and then, probably on the hour, I'll jump in, do like 10 quick minutes. But I don't want to miss it, and I want you guys to be able to see what's going over there without having to be in the leftist chat rooms, because, well, that wouldn't be fun. But I will provide another update probably right around 12 o'clock, or maybe while I'm eating lunch or something. But yeah, we'll see you. Bye. Never mind, I'm already back. This is kind of interesting. Zelensky apparently said, if you have combat experience in Europe and do not want to look at the indecision of politicians, you can come to our country and join us in defending Europe. He made a statement saying that earlier today. That's pretty insane. That's pretty insane. I mean, my dream, the dream I had last night, was kind of around that realm where it was a good dream. It was like Red Dawn. You know what I mean? Except we weren't here in America. We were over there. But it was just everyday Americans. It was very, very interesting. Interesting dream. Anyway, bye. Cumhurbaşkanı şu sağ tarafı izle. Abi atıyorlar 10 kilometre buradalar. Şu sağ taraf. He? Şey yaptılar ya, görüşelim dediler ya.
Lux Aeterna, composed by Clint Mansell, performed by Kronos Quartet. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. Russia seized control of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, the site of the world's largest nuclear meltdown in 1986. The Ukrainian government warns this could lead to another ecological disaster at the site. While the plant's inactive, vast amounts of radioactive nuclear waste remain. There are already reports the level of radiation in the area has increased, perhaps because Russian military vehicles have driven through the exclusion zone, disturbing contaminated soil. Chernobyl is located 10 miles from Belarus and about 80 miles from Kiev. On Thursday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki talked about the situation at Chernobyl.
We are outraged by credible reports that Russian soldiers are currently holding the staff of the Chernobyl facilities hostage. This unlawful and dangerous hostage-taking, which could upend the routine civil service efforts required to maintain and protect the nuclear waste facilities, is obviously incredibly alarming and greatly concerning. We condemn it and we request their release.
Many nuclear experts say Chernobyl is just one nuclear risk facing Ukraine, which still operates 4 nuclear power plants with a total of 15 nuclear reactors. A disaster could occur if any of the reactors were damaged by a military strike, whether accidental or targeted, or if the reactors were forced offline for another reason, like a power outage or a fire, or if workers fled due to a threat of violence. Bloomberg reports this marks the first time a large-scale war has been waged in an area so dependent on nuclear power. Ukraine's largest nuclear plant is located about 120 miles from the Donbas region, where separatists and the Ukrainian forces have been fighting for years. We go now to Linda Pence-Gunter. She is an international specialist at the group Beyond Nuclear, which she founded. She recently wrote an article for Counterpunch headlined "In the Line of Eternal Fire, Ukraine's Nuclear Reactors." Linda, thanks for joining us. Can you talk about the significance of Russia taking hold of the nuclear isolation area of Chernobyl, what this means, and put it into the larger context of nuclear power in Chernobyl? in Ukraine.
Certainly, and it was very moving to hear your Ukrainian guests earlier talk about the human tragedy that's already unfolding. It can only get unimaginably worse if something were to occur at any of these nuclear sites. The Chernobyl site, it's not completely clear what's happened there in terms of whether there's been any additional radioactive releases or the hostage situation. We do have a colleague who worked at the site who's no longer there but is still in touch. And what he told me yesterday was that the workforce is still in place, but they're unable to make decisions and that it is occupied by the Russian forces. So I don't know whether that constitutes a hostage situation or just an immobilization of decision-making by the workforce. But it's a very, very volatile site. The fuel that's stored there is quite unstable. In fact, less than a year ago, there was some increased neutron activity, which led to fears that there might be a chain reaction starting or even an explosion. So to have any kind of conflict raging around the Chernobyl site is of extreme alarm. And more so, I think, the active reactors that you mentioned. This is the first time that we've ever seen a war zone in a location where there are operating nuclear power plants. So that's really an unprecedented situation. And as you said, any manner of situations could lead to a catastrophic meltdown, even something as simple as the loss of off-site and then on-site power. We don't know what's going to happen to the grid in this situation. And if those reactors lose their off-site power and have to use their backup on-site power, that's usually something like diesel generators, which obviously don't last forever and don't, in fact, always work. So the whole situation is extremely alarming. Obviously, if we go to any kind of nuclear disaster, we're adding to the existing humanitarian tragedy the release of potentially a massive amount of radioactivity, which would harm not only the people within Ukraine, but would spread, depending on the direction of the wind, to Russia even, and Belarus, and obviously to Europe and beyond. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to contemplate that anyone would deliberately attack any of these plants, but if they're in the line of fire, they could take an accidental hit.
I mean, what about a cyber attack? And again, what about if workers are afraid to come to work, what this could mean?
Yes, a cyber attack we've always thought was probably the most likely course of action, since we know that Russia is skilled in that department already. So that it would, if anything happens like that, which would disable the control of a reactor, that is of equal concern. The situation with the workforce is that, unfortunately, nuclear power plants, even on a good day, are not walk-away safe. So therefore, you would absolutely have to maintain a workforce there, no matter what. And that's asking for a sacrifice. It was actually the sacrifice that was asked of the Fukushima Daiichi workforce by Nato, the then prime minister, when TEPCO wanted to evacuate them during that disaster. They simply cannot leave. But obviously, we're all human beings, and the temptation, if you're in the middle of a war zone, is that you want to flee with your family, and that just isn't an option for nuclear plant workers.
Talk about Zaporizhzhia, the significance and how large this area is, and the fact that it's in the midst of the fighting.
Yes, I mean, I looked at a map, I think it was put out by one of the media organizations yesterday, to show where there have already been explosions. And one of those indications was dangerously close to Zaporizhzhia, which is the 6th reactor site. This is the largest power plant in Europe, 5,700 megawatt output, a massive radioactive inventory. We must remember that in 1986, when Chernobyl exploded, it was a relatively new single unit. And even that caused a humanitarian disaster, which we're still seeing the results of today. Because when that radioactivity gets out, it doesn't just dissipate. It lasts forever. It gets into the DNA. We see problems down the generations of human health, birth defects, leukemias, thyroid cancers, and so on. So this is something that will go on forever if, in fact, something happens, particularly at Zaporizhzhia, because it's such a large site.
So can you talk about what needs to happen right now?
Well, as your previous speakers also addressed, we need, obviously, diplomacy and not war. That's not my area of expertise, so I don't know how that should be guided. Somebody asked me yesterday, well, why don't they just close the nuclear power plants down as a precaution, which is what happens For example, in this country, if there's a major hurricane and it's coming directly towards a nuclear plant, sometimes, not always, but they should, they start to power down and close the reactors down. In Ukraine, those 15 reactors are responsible for 50% of the electricity supply. So that's really not an option right now when you're in the middle of potentially a full-scale war to cut off 50% of your electricity. So they're in a no-win situation as we are in the wider picture with this conflict. So we have to hope that
we have 5 seconds.
Yes, so we hope that nobody takes the drastic action of either deliberately attacking a nuclear plant or using nuclear weapons.
Linda Pence-Gunter, I want to thank you for being with us, international specialist at Beyond Nuclear. And final breaking news, President Biden is nominating federal appeals court judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to be the first Black woman on the U.S. Supreme Court. That announcement is coming today. And that does it for our show. Democracy Now! Is currently accepting applications for a human resources manager. Learn more and apply at democracynow.org. Democracy Now! Produced with Mike Burke, Renee Feltz, Dina
I left. What kind of crap was that playing? Democracy Now? Sorry, I left. I had to go get lunch. I'm sure you guys just listened to some shit. Sorry, I'm listening to a court case. But I came back and it said, thank you for watching Democracy Now! That means you guys were stuck listening to that shit. I'm listening to a court case, so I can't be live because I'm not allowed to. It's a federal court case, so I can't broadcast it, unfortunately. So, yeah. Sorry, guys. Just watch these feeds. Why is it there? Hold on. Oh. Oh, I know. I figured it out. Figured you didn't want it that close. Anyway, some news out of Ukraine. 2 more merchant ships were hit by Russian attacks in the Black Sea. Now, one of them is a Japanese-owned bulk carrier, MV Nomura Queen. Now, you may be saying, oh, whoa, Japan, NATO ally. I think they're NATO. No, because it was flying under the Panamanian flag. Panama is not a NATO ally. I really think Russia is strategically attacking these ships off of the port, because earlier they hit a chemical tanker, MV Millennial Spirit, which a lot of people said it's owned by a Romanian, but the flag was a Moldovan flag. So again, Moldova is not a NATO ally, or they're not part of NATO. Now, remember, I don't know, like I would think, I don't even know no more, man. I don't even know Momo. You know what I'm saying? None of this stuff makes any sense. I really feel like my opinion on this has shifted since yesterday. I'll be honest. I had a dream, and now I'm like, I want to just go kick in some doors. Like, I'm annoyed that it's everywhere. NATO is going to wait until China attacks. Well, that may come soon. You're echoing about 5 seconds? What do you mean I'm echoing? This is echoing right now? Let me see. I don't think I'm echoing. Maybe I am, but it's going to take a lot for NATO or the U.S. to get involved. No echo. Okay, good. It would be the end of life as we know it. Maybe the end of life period. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, someone posted out something that NATO was going to deploy troops to protect their allies, and people are taking that to mean that Ukraine is an ally, which is not. Well, they are an ally, but they're not in NATO. So we're under the Article 5, the 5th article. Article 5 wouldn't apply to that. That's why the United States hasn't gone in. That's why NATO hasn't gone in. You know? Man, there's an intense video that the Houston PD has released a video of a shootout that wounded 3 officers. The shooting was in January, and it's pretty gnarly. Obviously can't show that on this channel, but it's on Police One. If you go to police1.com, you'll see it. It's probably their latest story. It's all over Twitter too. But I tell you what, I ate Burger King, and my stomach hurts now. Today is Friday. I've decided I'm likely not doing a show tonight. Someone said heavy attacks here. Yeah, let's go old school right now. You guys want to go old school right now? Let's go old school. Old school. This is apparently heavy attacks in Kharkiv. Yeah, this is daytime and it's nighttime, so this must have been today. Man, listen to all those rockets. All the videos, that's what's really weird, is almost all of these videos are showing the sounds of the violence, but you're not seeing it. You know what I mean? Not that I really want to see the violence, but I'm just saying you're not seeing a lot of these explosions. Yesterday, a plane was shot down right over Kiev, and there's video of that. I think I shared it out yesterday. But it's pretty mellow. The court case I was listening to as well, nothing really good with that. We'll have to wait. Well, we may have a story to break at the end of March. We'll have to wait and see. Let me check and see what time Jen Psaki provides. I wonder if the State Department's going to provide an update today. That would be interesting. That would be interesting to watch. You know? They are. Look at that. 1:15. 1:15 is when they're going to be live. That is the U.S. State Department. So let's see what time Jen Psaki is going to be live. Let's see, shall we? Dragging ass today, boys and girls. Dragging ass. 3 o'clock, Jen Psaki's going to hold a press conference, and President Biden is holding a public address at 2 o'clock about his nomination for Supreme Court, which I don't care about right now. Because who's on the Supreme Court doesn't matter if the world is in ashes because our government is weak. You know what's funny is there's reports by the New York Times that President Biden shared U.S. intelligence with China on Russian positions in order to try to convince Russia to come out against Russia. So you know what China did? This is no joke, according to the New York Times. You know what China did? They took that information and gave it to the Russians. Yeah, we've got a strong president. Remember, everyone said how good he is on foreign policy. Remember, they're always like, oh yeah, he's a savant with policy making. That's not even fake. That's not even a fake story. You would think it would be, right? The Biden administration shares intelligence with China to try to convince them to take a stance against Russia. So what do? They take all that information that was given, and then they turn it over to the Russian government. Oh, yeah, they're our allies, all right. Oh, my God. Someone said, isn't that impeachable? Probably not. He can declassify whatever he wants, or even classified. He could share it if he's trying to get them to come against Russia. But you know he's got some issues because he can't get China on the same page as him. He can't get India on the same page as him. You know? He just can't do anything. And then you got Hillary Clinton that's calling for troops and shit. Hillary Clinton has come out. This is apparently from MSNBC's chief executive producer butthole, Kyle Griffin, a real winner in terms of, reporting fake news. She said, apparently Hillary Clinton said, we have to make sure within our own country we're calling out those people that are giving aid and comfort to Vladimir Putin, who are talking about what a genius he is, what a smart move he is, who are unfortunately being broadcast on Russian media. She's talking about Donald Trump. Because, they can't just get Donald Trump out of their brains. He lives in their heads permanently. I mean, I listen to it. Donald Trump isn't exactly like the best spokesperson ever. He's like a regular person, so he fucks up and says what he wants to say half the time. Did yesterday's sanctions convince Russia? We hear in our sky and see on our earth that was not enough, said Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. It's kind of interesting. Vladimir Zelensky is quoted, I guess he gave a speech possibly this morning. Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky released a statement scolding his country's allies for watching from afar as the country is forced to defend itself alone against a much larger Russian military invasion. In a statement, Zelensky seemed to take a swipe at U.S. President Joe Biden and others who imposed sanctions against Russia, which he claims did little to deter Russian aggression. This morning, we are defending our state alone. Like yesterday, the world's most powerful forces are watching from afar, he said, according to the Kiev Independent. I don't know why I made him sound like that. I don't know. I think it's funny. He added, did yesterday's sanctions convince Russia? We hope and we hear in our sky and see on our earth that this was not enough. I think I have the wrong continent for my what do you call that speech? The Ukrainian president also was asked what more he had to do to get support from NATO. Today, I've asked 27 European leaders whether Ukraine will be in NATO. I have asked directly, and everyone is afraid. No one answers. But we are not afraid, he said, according to Reuters. We are not afraid of anything. We are not afraid to defend our country. We're not afraid of Russia. We're not afraid to talk to Russia. We're not afraid to talk about anything, about security guarantees for our country. We were not afraid about talking about neutrality. We're not NATO members at the moment, but who guarantees we will get? And more importantly, what countries will give us those guarantees, he said. He also boasted of his country's defensive capabilities, suggesting they were winning the war and Russia would be the one to initiate negotiating to end it. Russia will have to talk to us sooner or later about how to end hostilities and stop this invasion, he said. The sooner the conversation begins, the smaller Russia's losses. Fuck, I can't talk today. Anyway, what's kind of interesting about that is it was reported this morning by the Ukrainian defense ministry, that they've taken 1,000 Russian soldiers. And I think that's compared to the 400,000, or I'm sorry, what did I say? 100? No, it was 1,000 Russian soldiers have apparently been killed as a result of this incursion into Ukraine. And that's compared to about 400 Ukrainian soldiers that have been killed. You may have seen a video that's been playing on Fox News of some sound bites of, and this is dope as hell, because Russia was out in a boat and there's this little island, a Ukrainian island. They had some border guards that were on the island, only a couple of them in a small building. And Russia's like, this is Russian boat. You must surrender now. Throw down your arms. Tell us you surrender. And then they come back on and goes, Ukrainian base to Russian boat, go fuck yourselves. No joke. You want to talk about brass balls? I mean, Russia blew them all to hell, and that's a real story. That's a real story. Russian boat, go fuck yourselves. And then, and there's audio of it. You can hear the audio. It's amazing. Ukraine isn't giving up, Zelensky added, saying tonight you began bombing residential areas in the hero city of Kiev. This is like 1941. I want to tell Russian citizens who are coming out to protest, we hear you. You heard us. You started to believe. Fight for us. Fight the war, he said. Biden, the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and South Korean President Moon Jae-in, and Italian Premier Marco Draghi each announced that their respective countries would be sanctioned. I'm fucking wound today, huh? Yes, I was packaging coffee. But they all announced that their respective countries would be sanctioning Russia, or that they supported international economic sanctions against the country following the invasion. On Thursday, Zelensky declared martial law and announced that that Ukraine had severed diplomatic ties with Russia after the neighboring nation launched a military invasion into Ukraine. The president's actions came in a second video that Zelensky posted on social media, as television images seen around the world showed Russian troops entering his country. Saying, "Dear Ukrainians, this morning President Putin announced a special military operation in the Donbas," Zelensky said in a video posted to social media. They say that Ukraine may pose a threat to Russia. This wasn't the case in the past, nor is it now, and it won't be in our future. Our main goal is to maintain peace in Ukraine and keep Ukrainian citizens safe. So I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. Do you think that Russia bit off more than they could chew in terms of this incursion, this declaration of war against Ukraine? I would say, I don't know. I mean, Ukrainians are fighting back. It's not going to stop. I don't even think, to be honest, at this point, I don't even think if it is resolved, even if they say, okay, we're not going to seek NATO alliance or anything like that, that Russia's just going to let this go. I think there's been too much posturing back and forth between Zelensky, between Biden. I mean, but Biden's not posturing. He's, sleeping. But there's not, I mean, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. I keep checking to see if there's more. And I'm even tired. I'm tired of watching all these videos on Telegram and stuff about it, man. I'm just tired of all this. Journalist Emily Miller with Emily Post News. Okay. She's got 80,000 followers. She said, I hope truckers coming to D.C. know they can't drive on all the streets in red. She posted a map, as you can see here on Twitter. But the funny thing is is that, hold on, we may have a NATO may be speaking. If my computer wants to work, I need to restart it. It actually froze earlier today. NATO is apparently speaking, which I'm going to preload right here for you. And then we'll listen to NATO give a speech about Ukraine while I fall asleep on my microphone.
Even if it means we have to pay a price, because we are in this for the long haul. At the same time, the Russian people must know that Kremlin's war on Ukraine will not make Russia more secure. It will not make Russia more respected in the world.
No way.
It will not lead to a better future for your children.
Hell no, it won't.
In response to Russia's massive military buildup over the past months, we have already strengthened our deterrence and defense. Yesterday, NATO allies activated our defense plans. And as a result, we are deploying elements of the NATO response force on land, at sea, and in the air, to further strengthen our posture and to respond quickly to any contingency. The United States, Canada, and European allies have deployed thousands of more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We have over 100 jets at high alert, operating in over 30 different locations, and over 120 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean, including 3 strike carrier groups. There must be no space for miscalculation or misunderstanding. We will do what it takes to protect and defend every ally and every inch of NATO territory. Leaders today also made clear that we must continue our support to Ukraine. The Kremlin is trying to make NATO and the EU provide less support to our partners. So our collective answer must be more support to countries like Georgia, Moldova, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, to help them succeed with their democratic reforms and pursue the path that they have freely chosen. More than ever, this crisis demonstrates the importance of North America and Europe standing together in NATO. There is no security in Europe without a strong transatlantic bond. With that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll go to Al Jazeera.
James Bays, Al Jazeera. How fearful are you about the possible fall of Kiev? How long, in your estimation, can the government of Ukraine last? And if we move to a resistance insurgency type situation, what support can NATO then give?
So what we see now is a full-fledged invasion of Ukraine from multiple directions with air, sea and land capabilities. And this is actually in line with what our intelligence services predicted over a long period of time, because we saw the build-up around Ukraine with air, sea and land forces. We see, of course, that they're moving towards Kiev. We also see the rhetoric, the messages, which is strongly indicating that the aim is to change government, to change and remove the democratically elected government in Kiev. We are in close contact with the government of Ukraine. We are, of course, monitoring the situation very closely. It is still a fluid situation. What we have seen is that the Ukrainian forces are fighting bravely and are actually able to inflict damage on the invading Russian forces. But again, it is a very fluid and an evolving situation. NATO allies expressed at the summit today that they provide support to Ukraine. They are ready to continue to provide support to Ukraine, military support, financial support, humanitarian support. And then I think we all have to judge how things evolve. But the message from NATO leaders and also from Finland and Sweden, EU, is that we are there to support Ukraine. We have supported Ukraine for many years and we continue to provide support.
We'll go to the National Press Agency of Ukraine.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, in the current situation which we observe now in Ukraine, does NATO preserve its desire to assist Ukraine with defensive equipment? In particular, can we expect that NATO will provide Ukraine with so badly needed anti-aircraft equipment? Thank you so much.
So NATO allies continue to provide support to Ukraine, and it was actually at the meeting today at the NATO summit with EU and Finland and Sweden, allies announced and also informed other allies about the type of weapons, the type of support, and some of that also includes air defense systems. So NATO allies have and continue to provide support, military, but also different types of equipment to Ukraine. Then we all realize that, of course, in this very evolving and difficult situation, it's hard to predict what will be what are the possibilities in the future. But allies are providing support and are very committed to continue to provide support.
Okay, we'll go to NBC, just behind the cameras.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. There's concern that NATO could get pulled into this conflict if Russia were to shut down electricity or other services in Ukraine that could spill over into Poland or Romania. Can you say explicitly whether a Russian cyber attack of that nature would trigger an Article 5 collective defense?
So we are sending a very clear message to Russia that we provide support to our partner Ukraine, and allies provide many different types of support. NATO help Ukraine also with their cyber defenses. But then for NATO allies, we provide the absolute security guarantees under the Washington Treaty, Article 5. An attack on one will be regarded as an attack on all. And we are clear on this distinction because it is important to make sure that we don't have an even bigger crisis in Europe, where Russia challenge or is threatening or attacking any NATO allied country. And that's the reason why we so clearly send a message that we are there to protect all allies and every inch of NATO territory. When it comes to cyber attacks and the risk for incidents and accidents, for instance in the Black Sea, we are pursuing mechanisms of deconfliction to prevent that from happening. We have, as NATO allies, especially the United States, have done that, for instance, in Syria over a long period of time. And we, of course, are very focused. I spoke with Sarkar, the NATO Supreme Commander, on that issue recently. And he is very focused on the need to deconflict, to make sure that we don't have incidents or accidents that can spiral and get out of control and create a very dangerous situation. On cyber, well, we have stated that cyber attacks can trigger Article 5, but we have never gone into the position where we give a potential adversary the privilege of defining exactly when we trigger Article 5. We are focused on strengthening our cyber defenses. We are very much aware of that that's a risk, and therefore we are stepping up both the protection of our cyber networks, but also providing support to Ukraine, and we are very focused on the need for deconfliction.
Okay, we'll go to NPR Deutsche Welle.
Thank you. Terry Schultz with NPR and DW. I want to know more about the deployment of the NRF forces, please. How many will be sent where, from where? How long will it take to get there? thinking about military mobility, as always. And also, what has changed in your calculation about the threat to NATO territory that has led allies to make the decision to deploy this for the first time in history for the purposes of collective defense? Thank you.
Well, what has changed over the last days is, of course, that there's a full-fledged invasion of a partner, a country that borders several NATO allied countries. And this is the most serious security crisis we have faced in Europe for decades. And therefore, we have the High Readiness Force, we have the NATO Response Force, and that's the reason why we are deploying it, to, again, prevent any miscalculation, any misunderstanding that we are not ready to protect and defend all allies. And of course, this is something all allies have agreed to do, 30 allies agreed. But of course, especially those in the eastern part of the alliance are extremely concerned. They are close to this, the fighting in Ukraine, and they also border Russia, and they have seen not only the military build-up and the ongoing war in Ukraine, but also seen the very threatening rhetoric. Because this goes far beyond Ukraine. This is about how Russia is actually challenging, contesting core values for our security, and demanding that NATO should withdraw all forces and infrastructure from almost half of our members. And they stated that if we don't do that, if we don't meet their demands, there will be what they call military technical consequences. So we have to take this seriously, and that's exactly why we are now deploying the NATO Response Force for the first time in a collective defense context, and we speak about thousands of troops. We speak about air and maritime capabilities. They are already actually part of the standing naval groups. We have many planes operating in the eastern part of the alliance, and then several allies have partly already assigned troops and forces to the NATO Response Force. We have the lead elements, which are led by France. We have the United States, which has assigned thousands of troops to the NATO Response Force, and these will be deployed to different places in the eastern part of the alliance. Well, they are partly coming from the United States, but these are also very much European troops. For instance, the lead element, the VJTF, the High Readiness Joint Task Force, is now led by France. There's a strong German component there, and other allies also part of that.
Associated Press.
Lon Cook, Associated Press. Just to follow up on that, Secretary General, the VJTF can only go to one place, and you have 8 allies that are extremely nervous. I mean, where might you send it? Have you identified a particular weakness on that eastern flank? Thank you.
But I think we have to understand that we have many elements, components of the NATO Response Force. We have increased the readiness of the NATO Response Force, and then I don't speak only about the lead element or the VJTF, the Very High Readiness Joint Task Force, but we speak about more elements than just that one. Second, we have allies, the United States, but also the United Kingdom and other allies that have increased readiness of forces that are assigned to NATO and the NATO Response Force. So, of course, these are additional forces that we can deploy as part of the broader deployment of the NATO Response Force. I'm not saying that we are deploying the whole force. The size of the NATO Response Force has been tripled since 2014 to roughly 40,000 troops. I'm not saying we are deploying the whole thing. I'm saying that we are deploying elements of the lead, also the VJTF, and elements of the rest of the NATO Response Force. And then it is for SACEUR to make final decisions exactly on where the different elements are deployed. But we activated the defense plans yesterday, and now the elements of this force will be deployed, or is being deployed.
Okay, we'll go to TV2. Lady in white. Lady in white over there.
Thanks, Elin Sørsdal, TV2 Norway. I'll just follow up on AP and what Terry from NPR said. How quick can these troops and this force be deployed?
But some of these forces are already operating because we have sea and air forces, which are also already part of the NATO maritime forces operating from the Barents Sea down to the Mediterranean. Some are air forces, the air component of the NATO response force. And then some of the land forces also can move within a few days because they are part of either the lead element, which has already high readiness, or the other elements that has been put on high readiness. So we speak about days, and some are already operating because we have increased our presence already.
Okay, we'll try to take a couple of questions online. We'll go first to Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung, Thomas Kutschka.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon. Secretary General, in the statement that has just been released, it is said that Russia's actions are flagrant rejection of the principles enshrined in the NATO-Russia Founding Act. And then it continues, it is Russia that has walked away from its commitments under the Act. Does that mean that NATO now considers the NATO-Russia Founding Act as obsolete, or do NATO member states are they still bound? Do they still feel bound by this document? Thanks a lot.
NATO leaders decided today a statement where we clearly state the fact that Russia has walked away. The NATO-Russia Founding Act is based on some core principles enshrined in the Founding Act, and that is the respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty of all countries, including, of course, Ukraine. And this has been violated not once but twice, and actually been constantly violated since 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea and the continued presence of Russian forces and Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukrainian Donbass. And this is further violated with the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine that we have seen over the last couple of days. So what we see is that Russia showed no respect for the NATO-Russia Founding Act. And of course, if you have a founding act between two partners, NATO and Russia, and one part doesn't respect that agreement, the agreement doesn't work. It doesn't function. It doesn't help us to improve our relationship with Russia. Because even if the Founding Act has good provisions and good intentions, if these intentions and the provisions and the Founding Act is not respected, it doesn't work. So that's the reality. The NATO-Russia Founding Act doesn't work because one side, Russia, has violated it over many years, but now we see a extremely blatant and flagrant violation of the Founding Act with the invasion of Ukraine.
We'll take the next question online also from Greg Palkett from Fox.
Thank you, Juana. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Two quick questions, one about war, one about peace. Do you agree with some reports of intelligence officials that Kiev could fall within the next, say, day or two? And despite the bravery of the fighting that you have cited among Ukrainian soldiers, do you see a defeat inevitable if war goes on? And the quick question about peace, there is discussion, President Zelensky offering to discuss with Russia an approach to peace that might include neutrality for Ukraine. Would you agree to something like that? Thank you.
So first on the situation on the ground. It is a full invasion of Ukraine. They are moving towards Kiev, and the stated goal is to change the government of Ukraine. It is a very unpredictable situation. Therefore, I will not speculate, but I will pay my respect to the Ukrainian armed forces, which are really proving their bravery and their courage by fighting and standing up against the much larger invading Russian force. On potential talks between the government of Ukraine, President Zelensky, and Russia, my main message is that this is for President Zelensky and the government of Ukraine to decide. What we need to see now is that Russia stop the attack against Ukraine, that they withdraw their forces and cease all the attacks on Ukraine. That's the easiest, the fastest, and the best way to peace. So if they want peace, then it's just stop to attack Ukraine. And therefore we call on Russia to do exactly that.
Okay, we'll go to NTV.
Yes, Sonomot from NTV. Secretary General, two short questions. First, you're a statistician, and so far with regard to risk, you have already evaluated the risk and the threat against NATO coming from Russia. Particularly, you foresee the playbook of Russia. And so my first question is, what is the risk that this conflict spread where and what might be the end goal of Russia? And my second question is, you have at the tip of your fingers the security of 1 billion citizens in the transatlantic area. So you met on VTC all the leaders. Can you reassure the public opinion that if there is a genuine threat coming from, because the rhetoric, the aggressive rhetoric of Russia, its behavior is unacceptable, that all member states are committed to defend and protect every single centimeter of NATO? Thank you.
In the meeting today with NATO leaders, it was a very strong message of unity, a very strong message of resolve that we need to stand together, not only in words but also in deeds. So we agreed a strong statement calling on Russia to stop the attacks on Ukraine, to withdraw its forces, but also we agreed to continue to provide support to Ukraine and also continue to strengthen our presence in the eastern part of the alliance to prevent any attack on any NATO allied country. We have a defensive presence in the east. We are increasing our presence, not to provoke a conflict, but to prevent the conflict. And as long as there is no doubt about NATO's readiness to protect and defend all allies, and our commitment to the core message, the core task of NATO, one for all for one, an attack on one ally will be regarded as an attack on all, then no ally will be attacked. And that will prevent the conflict. And that will preserve peace for NATO allies and for 1 billion people. And that's the reason why we communicate so clearly, and that's the reason why we are deploying more troops in the eastern part of the alliance, to make sure that there is no possibility to misunderstand our readiness to protect and defend all allies. And again, this is to preserve peace, to prevent an attack, and to prevent that the war which is going on in Ukraine spill over to any NATO allied country. And that was the message from NATO leaders today. That was also the message when I met with many of them in the G7 yesterday. And that is also, of course, the message when we speak to close partners, Finland, Sweden, and the European Union, because we all are concerned, and Russia's attack on Ukraine is more than an attack on Ukraine. It's a devastating, horrendous attack on innocent people in Ukraine, but it's also an attack on the whole European security order, and that's the reason why we take it so extremely seriously.
Deutsche Welle.
Thank you, Alexandra von Nahm, Deutsche Welle. Secretary General, one question on Ukraine's request for Turkey to close the Bosporus for Russian warships. Was that discussed today? And one follow-up on the question just asked. We heard today from the Lithuanian foreign minister saying that when we lose Ukraine today, we will be fighting for NATO later. Would you say that the statement is exaggerated? Thank you.
Also on the Bosporus, that was not an issue. The potential attack or any potential attack on a NATO allied country, well, also, that has been my message throughout the whole day. That was the message from the NATO leaders in the summit today, is that we are there to protect and defend all allies. NATO is the strongest military alliance in the world. And make no mistake, we are there to protect and defend all allies and every inch of NATO territory. And we convey that message again and again, both in words but also in deeds. And that's the way to prevent war, that's the way to prevent an attack, to preserve peace, and we have done so for more than 70 years, and we will continue to do it, also in the light of the attack on Ukraine.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference.
Thank you so much.
Well, just in case you didn't know, I'm still here, but you can't see me. Now you can. Nope, you still can't. Why? What the fuck? What the fuck, man? 1:15, the State Department press conference is now pushed to 1:45. Unbelievable. Can't our government just keep on task? I don't know. It doesn't appear so. Let me close this one. We don't need that one open no more. No more. And then the White House press conference is going to be at 3 o'clock. Very exciting, right? Still nothing really going on in Kiev today. It's looking like it's going to be a little bit mellow. Cyber attacks in Russia on members of Alliance can trigger Article 5, blah, blah, blah. A tense confrontation between the House Select Committee and Kimberly Guilfoyle unfolded privately on Friday morning, with Guilfoyle and her lawyers abruptly ending her conversation with the committee over concerns about its ground rule. When Guilfoyle appeared on Friday's virtual meeting, she and her lawyers grew immediately concerned when they saw who else was on the call, including members on the committee such as Representative Adam Schiff and Representative Jamie Raskin, both Democrats. Guilfoyle spoke up and asked why members and not just lawyers and committee staff were on the call. 3 of the people said Kim balked and said this isn't my understanding, one of the people said. A second person described her as outraged. This is not my understanding, she told the committee, and then further said she would cease to continue the conversation until her lawyers had further discussions with the committee about the format. A spokesperson for the committee declined to comment publicly. It's not a real committee anyway. Just saying. What is this? Senator Jim Inhofe is retiring. Interesting. Nobody cares. Yeah, the New York Times is reporting that the U.S. met with China over 3 months to present intelligence showing Russia's troop buildup near Ukraine and to urge Beijing. Chinese Moscow's rebuffed the U.S. and shared that information with Moscow, which we reported already. Crazy stuff, man. Not a lot going on so far in the old news. Once the State Department, press conference window starts, I'll throw that up in the corner, and we'll be live with that. So until then, avide c'est adieu. That's French. Avide c'est adieu. Someone asked me about the convoy. Yeah, it's still convoying. You're welcome to go to YouTube and check out the videos. I'm not showing anything right now because the only feed I see is Oreo Express, and I'm not sharing that dude's feed. Truckers are in Arizona. I'll be honest, guys. I'm watching a video. I'm watching a podcast that I like. And matter of fact, I'll put it in the chat, and you guys can go watch over there if you want. It's called The American Party. It's the Drinking Bros guys. They're pretty good. You should go check it out.
Yeah, because that's the suicide.
Yo, you guys want a sneak peek of what's going to be in these mega boxes? They're chock full of stuff. Check that out. So I got Mark Levin's book, American Marxism. I've got an American flag beer koozie. I've got one of our Awake Not Woke patches. I've got an American flag. I've got, this is really cool. These are the Hero Company purchases this item. Help fund the training of a service animal companion dog. So like a beer koozie paracord bracelet. I've got our new shirts. United we stand, divided we kneel. Don't tread on me. New design, never been out there yet. We've got I forgot what this one is. Second Amendment one. And then our coffee box, which is chock full of stuff because I wasn't prepared. And there's a couple other pouches in there. But our coffee box, check this out. Where's the camera? Right there. So it's got a sampler bag of coffee. It's got about 50 stickers inside, and then it's got a koozie. Now, what the fuck is that thing? What are they called? I forgot what they're called. An insulated mug. What the hell do you call these things? Tumbler. There you go. It's got a ball deal. Like, check out this tumbler. They're all different. Well, look at that. Woo-hoo-hoo! It's pretty. So I'm going to be building all these and sending them out this weekend. So that's cool. Tumbler, yeah. But I didn't really plan because the little coffee bags, because I had to switch up the way I planned on doing it. So these boxes may not close all the way, but whatever. Because the bags that I bought to put in here actually don't fit. So I have to use the full-size bags for some of them, and now the box doesn't close. But yeah, these are probably the best boxes yet. Best boxes yet. There's no jumbo box. We make mega boxes. These are the mega boxes. The regular Patriot boxes don't have quite as much stuff in them. They have a different thermos or tumbler and 2 t-shirts instead of 3. But yeah, and then they'll have a book too because we put a book in every one of them. Anyway, someone said, "Mike, go watch InfoWorlds. Go and get a bit of truth." Okay, buddy. Okay, you just lost me there. You lost me. This White House or this daily press briefing with the Department of State should begin here in approximately 8 minutes. So I just figured I'd chirp in real quick.
at the issue of shocks and how they may reverberate out into, as you're rightly pointing out, possible increases of poverty and destabilization.
Thank you. We'll take two more questions. Margaret and Stefano. Maggie?
Hi, Mr. Griffiths. Thanks so much for doing the briefing. If you could give us any more information on numbers of displaced and refugees. I know it's really, really fluid, but I've seen various numbers circulating in the press. So if you could sort of give us some sort of, other than I heard you say hundreds of thousands are on the move, but I just sort of want a number that we can all agree upon for now to kind of use in our reporting, basically. And if you could just talk to us a little about the logistics of what's involved in your aid response, because the country is on the move and multiple cities are under attack. And how do you, I mean, it seems a bit worse than some of the other situations you've been dealing with recently. Can you just give us, because it's very active at the moment, can you give us an idea of how, like, talk us through the logistics? And do you have any concerns about coordinating with the Russians after the problems you had with them in Syria and the deconfliction areas? Do you see them, are you afraid of any problems really working with them in Ukraine? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not going to be drawn on the numbers, and Filippo Grandi is really careful with us on this. I totally understand, Maggie, your need for one to pin that. But it's really too early to tell, and just it's so fluid that we don't want to. UNHCR doesn't want to give out numbers which then are either too risibly low or too alarmingly high. We know that there are outflows. I think as of some hours ago, there were 50,000 people who had gone into Poland and 20,000 into Moldova. I think those are UNHCR numbers, IOM numbers. But I'm afraid I could not be very helpful to you on that. How to deliver? I mean, Ukraine is different, obviously, from Afghanistan, Somalia, and so forth. And in some ways, that they may give us some advantages. Many of the people who are leaving, for example, fleeing now, are people who are going with resources to other places, who are not in immediate urgent need that you would see very differently in Yemen or Somalia, where I was supposed to be this week. The delivery of assistance to those in need, as I said earlier, are going to be partly to those who are displaced, but also partly those who remain in place but need help. And we'll be working, the method, to answer your question, is to work through local partners, the many local organizations, NGOs, faith-based organizations. That's why yesterday, when I had this interagency standing committee meeting, we had the big international NGO and national NGO network.
Oh, let's unmute your microphone. That's a song I wrote. It's called Unmute Your Microphone, Steve. It's a very good one. It's a classic. You should probably check it out once in a while. There's some new news out of ABC. ABC News is reporting COVID's over. Oh, man. Oh, man. Didn't you hear? The CDC says 70% of Americans will be able to remove their masks indoors, including inside schools, under new guidance released by that's going to be released by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention later today, according to ABC News. Under the new metrics and the updated guidance, more than half of U.S. counties, which make up 70% of where Americans live, will be in areas of low or medium risk and no longer recommended to wear masks, said two sources briefed on the plans but not authorized prioritized to discuss them ahead of the official announcement. The CDC requirement that people continue to wear masks on public transportation, however, will remain in force for now, according to one official. The official said the new guidance will consider 3 factors: new COVID hospitalizations, current beds occupied by COVID patients, and hospital capacity, and COVID cases. It'll mark a shift from focusing on daily spread to looking at the overall burden of COVID with an emphasis on the most severe impacts. Taken together, the new CDC metrics will consider an area to be high, medium, or low risk. Based on the risk level, which could fluctuate, a community could opt to remove mask recommendations indoors. Schools would not be treated differently under the law. New guidance, schools would not be treated differently under the new guidance as other places, according to officials. The CDC requirement that people continue to wear masks on public transportation, however, will remain in force for now. The updated guidance comes after weeks of pressure from governors and state officials who asked for a clear roadmap on the national level. Though the majority of states went ahead and announced that they will drop mask mandates before the CDC's guidance was ready, the new information could still aid local leaders and public health officials who are facing vastly different versions of the pandemic, even within the same state. There's so much to say here. There's so much that I could say, but I'm not going to. And everybody knows why. Why? What's changed? Don't talk about, it's not about numbers. Why? Why?
Of concern about certain arrests of protesters, if I understand it. So you can be damn sure that they will do their job under these circumstances as well. The humanitarians, my colleagues, we will also be clear when we see infringements of international humanitarian law, which is different. We'll also be clear in our advocacy, which includes direct contact, to answer another part of your question, in our advocacy with all those who can help us get the aid to the people in need. And, you know, we do this all over the world, as you know. I mean, this is not new. This is a story that has been part of my life all these many years, and a story that's been the part of all our colleagues. So we're ready in Ukraine to do that, and we're ready to stand as witness to humanitarian issues and humanitarian needs. And that's why, if I may, just to
it has nothing to do with the elections. It has nothing to do with the elections. I'm on social media, so I can't say it. I can't say it. But I think I may have a recorded show on Citizen Stringer in the very near future, which I'll announce when I put it out there. That's going to say, why doesn't Steve share Oreo Express videos? Because I don't like the guy. Just my personal opinion. Don't like him. I tend not to share videos of people I don't really care for too much. I've never really talked to him much, but he jumped on that whole Quincy bandwagon a while ago. Not a big fan of that. You know what I'm saying? But, all right, cool.
Secretary General will be traveling over the weekend. He will be going to Geneva, where on Monday he will deliver remarks at the opening of the 49th regular session of the Human Rights Council. Later, he will take part in a press conference to launch the new report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, titled Climate Change 2022, Impacts, Adaptation, and Vulnerability. While in Geneva, he will also have a series of bilateral meetings. We expect him back here on Monday afternoon. And there's also a chance that he may appear in front of you later this afternoon at the Security Council stakeout. We will keep you posted on that. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the head of our peacekeeping operations, is in the Central African Republic today, where he began a 4-day visit. He's expected to meet a number of local leaders, including the president, Faustin Archange Touadéra. He will also meet civil society representatives and people directly affected by insecurity in the country. As you may have seen, 4 of our peacekeeping colleagues arrested last Friday were released yesterday. Mankeur Ndiaye, the head of the mission, reiterated that the UN will continue to work to ensure the protection of our personnel and assets.
He was boring me. A lot of people seem to have some confusion. Let me explain. Let me get rid of that confusion. I make the rules on what I show on this channel. You guys know, and I even said Oreo Express was live. You can go watch Oreo Express. I'm showing what's going on in Ukraine because that's what I want to watch. I'm not watching the trucker rally right now because, well, I don't want to watch it right now. I'll check it out later. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I make the rules. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Joe Biden is going to be speaking in a minute. We're not going to show that either. I wonder why people aren't going, oh, Steve, how come you're not going to show Joe Biden when he delivers remarks on his nomination of Judge Jackson? Because I don't want to. I don't like him either. Does that make sense? This is like here's the beauty of this. When I stream during the day, you are really, I am the one. You know, like when you fight with your sibling when you were a kid, you would fight with your sibling over the clicker, the remote. You'd fight. Yeah, you can't fight with me because it's like my shit. I have the remote. It's like embedded in my soul. So no, typically in all seriousness, we watch what I want to watch because that's why. You know? So in a few minutes, we're going to watch, we are going to be watching the daily press briefing with the State Department. I think it's Ned Price. And then, Ned Price. Yeah. He's a State Department spokesperson. So the AP reporter is probably going to jump on him pretty darn hard. And then at 3 o'clock, we have, well, depending on what time, they probably pushed it back because they're lazy. Jen Psaki with the White House press conference will be live. I think it was scheduled for 3. Let me double check and see if they've pushed it back. That one I may be a few minutes on switching over, depending on what time we get home from picking up my kids. And then, that's still scheduled for 3 o'clock. And then I've got an incoming phone call, like right now. Damn telemarketers. What did someone say? Sure, Steve, as we discussed earlier, large organisms such as countries and nations act differently from individuals. Don't know what you must be talking to somebody else, because I don't know how that has any, anything. Someone said, LOL, in all seriousness was the same as sarcasm. Yeah. So you all get on a bus and go to the basketball game, take it off, hang out with thousands of people, leave the game, put your mask back on to get on the bus. Wow, it makes sense. Yeah. It doesn't need to. The government controls. I mean, my wife's school, masks are optional for parents and teachers. My wife wears a mask. She's fucking fully vaccinated. This is just how batshit people, batshit crazy some people are, including my wife. My wife is fully vaccinated, and almost all the other teachers are. She wears a mask. My wife does. And I'm like, why? She's like, I don't know. I'm like, take off the mask. I said, are other teachers wearing masks? And she's like, no. I said, are the students wearing masks? And she's like, no. And I'm like, so what the fuck are you wearing a mask for? She's like, well, and I'm like, you're fully vaccinated. Isn't that the whole point of getting those dumbass shots in your body? Wasn't that what it was for? So you didn't need to do it? And she's like, I don't want to talk about this. And I'm like, oh, there we go. Here's the waterworks. Every time. That's what she does. Let me interact with a YouTube chat. I don't think we've had super chats. We're waiting for the State Department press briefing. I'll check real quick and see if there's anything new on Twitter. I don't believe there is. Not a whole hell of a lot. Let me see. So the new, a guy I follow is not, he's actually just a trucker, but he's not participating in this rally, or this convoy, but he actually is heading on the same direction right now. Something's going on with this computer. It's being slow as shit. But you can see here, he's an American trucker on TikTok. Or no, what is this shit? Yeah, Twitter. But you can see these are the overpasses. He's not even part of this convoy. He's about 80 miles ahead of them in New Mexico. And this is part of, like, people are just waiting out there. And someone commented, you need to, hopefully New Mexico DOT will take care of this. Take care of what? They're standing on overpasses. They're not committing any crimes. Yeah, someone, ABQ Guy 2. Like a nobody, said, New Mexico State Police, you better be ready to control this. So stupid. They're not going into D.C. either, contrary to what the media is trying to report repeatedly. The convoy has no plans on going into D.C. like I thought. The Kiev mayor says situation is threatening with Russian troops close to the capital. This night in the morning will be very difficult. I guess they're now, thinking that it's going to be tonight. Apparently, Mariupol, holy shite, Mariupol. Watch, I'll show you. Don't you worry. My computer's going a little slow. Wait for it. Let me go back to the beginning. Watch this shit. Ready? Just wait. Oh my gosh. That's some craziness. Just straight black, like darkness. Like, look, just darkness. Darkness. Insane. Insane. Let me see what else is going on. Never tweet anything about politics, but today is an exception. As I watch Russia continue their invasion of Ukraine this morning, I ask if Americans that want socialism are watching. Do you want to be a part of something like this? I don't even know what that means. I can't think. I meant to do an article on this and I didn't because I was busy this morning, and Daily Caller actually wrote it. Unconfirmed reports are circulating that a Ukrainian pilot is smoking the Russians left and right. Ever since Thursday, social media has been blowing up with allegations that Ukrainian MiG-29 pilot known as the Ghost of Kiev took down 6 Russian planes. Specifically, the Ghost of Kiev has allegedly shot down 4 fighter jets and 2 other planes. Now, is the Ghost of Kiev real? That's not known at this time, but according to Newsweek, Russia had 6 planes and 2 helicopters shot down as of Thursday. So the numbers at least match up to some degrees. Again, it's not clear if it's 100% true, and the Ukrainian government hasn't confirmed anything. The tweet below has gone mega viral, and it says there are reportedly a Ukrainian fighter pilot who has taken out 6 Russian jets in air-to-air combat. He's being called the Ghost of Kiev. However, if the Ghost of Kiev, who would be the first flying ace in a long time if the rumors are true, is a real person, it would make sense for Ukrainians to possibly conceal his identity. Whether the rumors or allegations about the Ghost of Kiev turn out to be true, the story is a massive morale boost. And then it says, as a man who would love to watch the Russians get pounded into the dirt, I hope who's ever up there taking down Russian planes keeps it up. That's by David Hookstead with the Daily Caller. I realize that a lot of these news outlets are all switching to, like, it's interesting. They're switching interestingly. Switching. See how I just stopped my train of thought right there? I didn't lose my focus. I decided that I didn't want to continue talking that way. So I just stopped. Because this isn't fuck it, I'm done. If it was fuck it, I'm done, I would have went into a 20-minute tirade about how the new media is fake media just as much as the old media is fake media. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what else is going on. They're crapping on, Daily Caller's also crapping on Biden. I don't even want to read that article because I don't care. Is the State Department live yet? Nope. NATO chief says that leaders agree to send rapid response troops to protect allies. Man, I'm crashing off of the coffee, packaging up coffee high, which sucks because I got to do chest today, and I'm going to the gym late as hell. I'm going to the gym at 3:30, 3:40, and I never go to that gym that late. I hate that. Hate it. Because then there's a bunch of people there, and then they're all like, oh, why are you lifting? It's a commercial gym. You shouldn't be lifting a lot. And I'm like, shut up. Where are the damn 45s? I'm just checking. I'm trying to see what else, if there's anything else pertinent, any other pertinent details to share with y'all. Steve needs to drink his coffee. We get it. Just agree to disagree. You're not going to agree to disagree with nothing. Same here, just another point of view. Yep. This man came flying straight out of Ace Combat. Alex on TV, Steve on the mobile, popcorn ready. Let's go, boys. I don't believe it. Why media lies? Is that what you're talking about? No, that's probably how you know it's true, because mainstream media hasn't picked it up. Daily Caller's not mainstream media. Here comes Biden. I don't care. I'm not watching Biden. I know it's probably going to offend a lot of you, because you're like, oh, Steve, no, you have to show Joe Biden talk about nothing. While the world is in crisis, he's going to talk about how he selectively made a racist pick, disqualifying. I think white lawyers and women lawyers and all, LGBTQ lawyers and everybody, I think they should sue the White House, because he's purely said that he was picking someone based on race. You know what would happen if I made an announcement that I'm only going to hire a black writer? Do you know what would happen to me? I'd get sued. I'd get sued. It's illegal. You can't do that. But it's okay if the liberals do it. Then it's considered acceptable. Doesn't make sense, man. I suppose it's not supposed to. Anyway, I don't feel like talking. Someone said, let's watch Potty Pants. Fuck off. No. I make the rules. We're waiting for the State Department daily press briefing, which is running about 20 minutes late so far. And they probably won't go until after Poopy Pants begins his speech. Man, this computer's going slow. This is such a badass computer. Here, you want to listen to Shitface?
Supreme Court is one of the most serious constitutional responsibility a president has, and I mean it. I promised the process would be rigorous, that I would select a nominee worthy of Justice Breyer's legacy of excellence and decency. Someone extremely qualified, with a brilliant legal mind, with the utmost character and integrity, which are equally as important. And that I would bring this decision, my perspective as a lawyer, former constitutional law professor, chairman of the Judiciary Committee for many, many years, and I'm almost reluctant to say it, someone who's presided over more Supreme Court nominations than almost anyone living today, which makes me 28 years old. I started doing it when I was 32. And who has devoted much of my career to thinking about the Constitution and the role of the Supreme Court. With that perspective, I carefully studied the record of candidates. I've invited senators of both political parties to offer their ideas and points of view, and I've met with a number of them. As a result, because I truly respect not only the consent, I know they give consent, but it says that the Constitution says advice and consent. And I sought the advice of Democrats and Republicans. I've consulted with leading legal scholars and lawyers, And I've been fortunate to have the advice of the Vice President Harris, and I mean this sincerely, an exceptional lawyer, a former Attorney General in California, and a former member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And during this process, we look for someone who, like Justice Breyer, has a pragmatic understanding that the law must work for the American people. Someone who has historical perspective to understand that
Also, by the way, just in case you're curious, Russia got pissed off at the fact that all their citizens are mad that they're invading another country and were taking to social media to complain about their president. So you know what he did? He took down the Facebook app. There is no Facebook in Russia currently. That's breaking news. You could say what you want about that Freedom Convoy, but I just watched it just for a minute because someone's like, oh, the feeds have been taken down by YouTube, which is a flat out lie. But I just watched it just for a minute. They're in New Mexico, and the Freedom Convoy is driving along. Traffic slows down. They see a cop there in the center median. He's got his lights on. The cop is outside. He's got his lights on. He's hitting his siren, and he's waving at all the truckers. I am not joking. I am not joking at all. Like, that's amazing. That is amazing. Anyway. Again, more information. Someone just said the cameras in Kiev are off. No, they're not. Here's a camera. Here's a camera. Come on. No information on our channel. No misinformation on our channel. Only information. Yeah. Yeah. it appears that the main camera that was in Kiev, the main one that showed the big tower, that camera is now down, and that's what almost every media feed was using. These other two cameras that you saw that are on the left-hand side of this screen, or the right-hand side rather, they are also both in Kiev as well. The interesting thing about that, and then one is the Romanian border, but someone just tweeted out something and said that the power plant in Kiev has been attacked. But I'm not seeing that. So, not to say it's not true. Man. U.S. microchip powerhouse NVIDIA hit by cyber attack, according to news outlet Telegraph. That's a U.S.-based company. Let me read this. See what this says. America's biggest microchip company is investigating a potential cyber attack and has taken part of its business offline for 2 days, the Telegraph can reveal. NVIDIA's email systems, and then they make you pay to read the rest of the article. Not doing it. Not doing it. I don't believe in paywalls, just like I don't believe in false news. False news. Just don't do it. I tell you what, I can't tell if it's my computer or what, but Twitter on the computer seems to be going slow. There's a massive explosion in Mariupol. That's a video I already showed. Hospital is under fire in Mariupol. Russian troops roaming the streets and woods firing on civilians, they said. Showing a bunch of... Where is this? It doesn't say. In Kiev. It says Russian troops reports. This is unconfirmed. It says Kiev, hashtag Kiev Bucha. Reports say Russian troops are roaming the streets and woods firing on civilians. How old is this? It's 10. No, this is several hours ago. This is all the same thing. We haven't seen any action in Kiev. Nothing. I haven't seen any bombings or anything. Last night there was something. But I haven't seen anything. I also think social media is doing their part to try to minimize what people see out of there, which is sad. They shouldn't, but I do believe they are. We've heard reports of streamers being taken down so you can't stream anymore and things like that. So NATO Security General warned cyber attacks can trigger Article 5. We've already talked about that bullshit. And then breaking news, Jesse Kelly has poured himself a white Russian, then dumped it in the sink. Don't call him a hero, just doing his part. We're all in this together. Kiev Mayor, this is Josh Roberts. Who's this fella? Nobody. I don't know who he is. Unverified, he said, update, Kiev Mayor says Russia has destroyed the power plant. Looks like the power is now out in Kiev and live streams have gone down. Yeah, but see, these are nobodies that are just spreading fucking false information like you know what you're talking about. Don't do that, bruh. Don't do it, man. We only report real news, bruh. Bruh, man. Bro, Sif. Bro, Sif to the mostest. Trying to raise one eyebrow. I can't do it. You know what I do sometimes when I'm eating dinner with my family? I sit there and cross both my eyes. And just sit there and eat like that until one of them looks at me and is like, what are you doing, Dad? You know what I'm doing. I'm entertaining myself. I tell you what, I'm wondering if it's because I have so many of these things open. So let me close some of these live streams that I have on this computer, because I got a feeling something's going on. And this computer is an Alienware Aurora custom build, so you really shouldn't be having any issues. but yet it is. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Get rid of this too. Close. There, see, it sped up a little bit, so that's what the issue was. It didn't like running all those separate browsers. I know CNN must see never cover it, but NATO has activated the NATO response force for the first time in history, doing so as a defensive measure in response to Ukraine's ongoing blah, 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 blah. Cool story. Vale Konchenko. He is the mayor. Let's see what it translates. 5 explosions occurred with an interval of 3 to 5 minutes near CHP. Emergency services followed there. Let's find out the details. Who is Konchenko? Is he the mayor? Translate bio. Yeah, he's the mayor of Kiev. He's the guy that had the automatic rifle, the badass dude, brah. Right there with the badass rifle, bro. You know what I'm talking about with the bad rifle? You know what I can do? I could just cheat, right? Because I could just go like this. Watch this. I could just cheat. This guy's already got them all up. He's got 9. Well, he's got 8 because the middle one's out. That's the Kiev Independence Square. Let's see if we see any explosions. So you got this bottom one right there. That's Kiev. That one was Kiev. And then the one all the way up on the top in the middle is Kiev as well. That Odessa beach, there's something going in front of the camera. It's been doing that all morning. Very annoying. Oh. It's hard, though, to tell if something's not lightning or if something is lightning. I mean, granted, it looks pretty nice. Warmth. Looks warmish. The mayor of Kiev is also award-winning wrestler. Yeah, like fake wrestling, though, isn't it? Or is it real wrestling? I thought it was fake wrestling. I thought he was like a WWF wrestler. I didn't know he was like a real wrestler. Someone said, you know Sean Penn is in Ukraine filming a duck. Oh, well, if Sean Penn is there, bro, well, what are we worried about? Fucking Sean Penn is in Ukraine right now filming a movie? God, all you need to do is send Bruce Willis and Mel Gibson, and they'll turn this thing right around, you know? Sean Penn is over there. Someone said, well, now you're a commie lover. Fuck you, Steve. You got a shitty name. Only good Steves are allowed to have the name Steve. I'm just saying. Someone said, mayor of Kiev is now a pro heavyweight boxer. Oh, is he? Sean Penn, superhero, yeah. Is Sean Penn in the 1860 age group? LOL. No, isn't Sean Penn 97 years old? I think he is. Vitaly Klitschko is also there with the Russian army. I don't know who that is. Someone said he could fix it. He's got an awesome set of tools. You know what? Who they need is who's the guy from The Bodyguard? No, not The Bodyguard. Fuck, I don't remember. He's also in the Fast and the Furious franchise. If he was there, he could shut it all down. The mayor was 42-2. Holy cow, he was a good boxer, huh? He's got the picture with the machine gun where he was manning the front lines. Those dudes ain't nothing to mess with. Vin Diesel. No, not Vin Diesel. Come on, bro. You said Vin Diesel. What the hell is Vin Diesel gonna do? Vitaly Klitschko is a boxer with 40 knockouts. Whatever, he's a Russian. Why are you all saying Vin Diesel? Just because I said Fast and the Furious? Come on, man. Someone said, how goes it with the war? Peaceful with a cloudy chance of bombing. Uh-oh, top camera just went out. All right, so the power in Kiev is out. I guarantee if this bottom camera, because they're running out of battery, top camera went out, bottom camera's getting rid. And look at the city. The city's pretty dark. So this top camera, look, it shut off. So that camera died. The live view that it's hooked to is still on. That's crazy right there. I don't care who you are right there. What do you mean this is not live? The fuck it isn't. This is live. Come on, man. Try to tell me it's not live, JG. JG. If it wasn't live, could I do this? Or wait, if it wasn't live, could I do this? Oh, where'd I go? Tell me it's not live. Jason Statham. That's who it is. The Expendables team should go. Yeah, I agree. I concur. That would be good. If that bottom camera goes out, because the cameras probably had battery hooked to them too, they're probably hardwired, but I'm guessing the Kiev Independent Square was a hardwired camera because as soon as power went out, it went out. And now the top camera went out and then the live view cut. But the live views, because I have one, it's over there. The big live view backpacks, they last about 3 hours on battery. So we would have seen, someone's controlling that obviously, so they just pulled that down. But that live view like placeholder, that would have been there for like three hours, depending on how long ago the power was actually cut out. Upper left is a big flag waving. Is that someone's hair blowing in the wind? Top left? No, it's a flag. Or a piece of construction material or something like that. You know, it's just flying in the wind. It's very distracting, isn't it? Fair warning, I'm going to have to leave in about 5 minutes. I'm going to keep the live feed up, but I'm going to switch it over to the U.S. Department of State's press briefing that's supposed to begin. It was actually supposed to begin approximately 45 minutes ago, but it's not there yet. See the Kiev camera number 1, which was the middle top. That just died. The Kiev camera number 2, which is the middle one, that's been dead for a little bit. And then that bottom camera is also Kiev. And so is that top left, or the top right camera. So the one up here, that's Kiev as well. And to be honest, it looks like there's power there. But if you look at the bottom camera, it essentially looks like half of the town is out. Like out of power. Out. That main camera is still showing on Fox, someone said. I doubt it. I doubt it. Let me check. I doubt it. It's not the same camera angle, bruh. Oh, wait, this was the second one, wasn't it? This was the one that was on the top. Let's see what other cameras. You got this one. This is the same Fox camera. See, this one's out. This one's Park Fairy Tale Fountain in Sumi. This is Sumi, where there's been a lot of violence, but still, they still have power. You would think if you're going to conduct war, the first thing you would shut off is the power. You would think. I don't know, but I know nothing about war. So these are all down. Kiev right here. Power outage. Madison Square Cam out due to power outage. Not powder outage. That was a misspeak. Power outage. This is India Today News. Oh, look at this one. Wow. 9 cameras of Kiev. They're claiming. Huh. Huh. 3 more minutes and I'm outie bout it. Check Twitter. Let's see what's going on here. Pornhub cock blocks Russian users. Russian users who tried to go to Pornhub were presented with a message saying the content is blocked along with the Ukrainian flag and a message of support to Ukraine. That's kind of funny. they put the photo up like that. That's funny. That's fun. I don't care who you are right there. That's funny. It's still mine. I don't. This fucking dude. He's annoying me today. He made like a really pro Putin comment. I don't know how you could be pro Putin or pro anything. This isn't our shit. Leave it alone. Let's listen to Hillary Clinton talk about dumb shit.
Even though I did not encourage the demonstrations back in 2011, I did point out on behalf of our country that they were in response to
You guys can't hear it. No,
what
you
was
can't.
an obvious effort by Putin to stay in power and to literally rig his elections. Now we are looking at Russians once again in the streets. They don't want a war with Ukraine. There's a lot of family and other connections between Russians and Ukrainians. I think we can have both, what I would argue for government support, but also...
Fuck you, you commie. State Department cameras on. Enjoy. I'm going to pick up my kids. It may go dead after, but I'll be back live. I'll switch it from my house once I get back.
My apologies for the delay. We actually intended to start early today. We are now starting late. I report to higher authorities, as we all do. I'd like to start by saying this. The American people are standing with the people of Ukraine as they suffer an unjustified, unprovoked, and premeditated attack by Russia's military forces. It's a brutal attack. It's a brutal attack that is endangering the lives and livelihoods of millions of civilians. We will not falter in our resolute support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. This is a dangerous moment for Europe and really for freedom-loving people everywhere. Putin's assault on Ukraine is an attack on the principles that undergird global peace, stability, and security the world over. But Putin didn't account for everything, and he didn't account for the bravery and resolve of the people of Ukraine. We commend the Ukrainian people for showing strength and determination in response to an unprovoked attack by the Kremlin. We have seen Ukrainian soldiers demonstrate incredible bravery in the first day of self-defense, shooting down Russian aircraft, firing at tanks, and holding many of the positions while under violent assault. The Kremlin continues to use disinformation, including false reports alleging, again falsely, the widespread surrender of Ukrainian troops. Moscow is resorting to outright lies in an effort to weaken the resolve of Ukraine's military and of its people. We are also witting of reports that the Russian Federation plans to threaten to kill the family members of Ukrainian soldiers if they do not surrender. These tactics are classic intimidation. They are synonymous with the Kremlin. They are unacceptable. This isn't the first time, of course, Putin has decided that his country can attack another country with impunity. Moscow's further invasion of Ukraine is part of a pattern of the Kremlin's of destructive behavior. The Russian Federation, of course, invaded Georgia in 2008. It continues to occupy territories within Georgia's borders, and for decades, it has stationed troops in Moldova without host government consent. Tomorrow, the United States will join Ukraine in solemnly marking the 8th anniversary of Russia's 2014 invasion and brutal occupation of Crimea, a flagrant disregard for international law, as well as Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The United States reaffirms, as we always have, Crimea is Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence, and while building their democracy, they have shown relentless and inspiring pursuit of liberty, of peace, of security, of human dignity, and they continue to show that they will not go back in time. As we approach the 7th anniversary of the brutal murder of Boris Nemtsov, we are reminded that many Russians disagree with Putin's brutal and imperialist tactics and policies. The citizens of Russia who are peacefully protesting, including in Putin's own hometown and in dozens of other cities across the Russian Federation, are rejecting his violence against the people of Ukraine. We deeply respect them. We respect their bravery. We respect their heroism. They are out in the streets demanding that Russia's government, their government, stop this unprovoked and unjustified war. We've seen leading Russian journalists denouncing Putin's war of choice. We have heard of Russia's mothers concerned about the reckless deployment of their sons to a needless war. These courageous people of conscience in Russia persist. They persist despite the Kremlin's reinvigorated crackdown. This, too, is classic from Putin's playbook. Whenever challenged by people, his own people, speaking truth and opposing views, his tactic is to silence them. The people of Russia, as we have said time and again, are not our enemy. We hold President Putin and his cronies responsible for this war, not them. We join you in saying no to war. Нет войне. President Biden has said from the start of this crisis, if President Putin chooses to invade, the cost to Russia will be immediate and profound. To its financial system, to its economy, to its technological base, and to its strategic position and ambitions, as well as its reputation in the world. And the world has now witnessed that Putin has made a choice. He rejected diplomacy, he has chosen war, and President Biden has announced our response. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. This is not the outcome we sought to prevent. It's both a tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a choice Putin made that he has decided for the people of Russia. This is a choice that has been decided for them, not by them. Putin's war of choice has required that we follow through on imposing the massive consequences and severe costs, and that we ensure his flagrant violation of international law will be a strategic failure. We stand united with our NATO allies and partners in Europe and around the world in confronting the Russian government and holding President Putin and those around him to account.
Thanks, Ed. I just want to, I think you might have misspoken. This is the outcome you sought to prevent, right?
This is the outcome that we sought to prevent.
Can I ask you, this may be already kind of OBE, but you know, there was this proposal, the Chinese and the Chinese proposal the Russians seem to have picked up on, at least for an hour or so, about talks between Russia and Ukraine happening in Minsk. I know the Secretary spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba today. What's the U.S., what's your thinking about the efficacy of such talks?
Well, Matt, you've heard us say before that over the course of several weeks leading up to the events that we've seen recently in Ukraine, the assault on Ukraine, its sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and really its people, that Moscow engaged in a pretense of diplomacy. That was before the invasion started. Now we see Moscow suggesting that diplomacy take place at the barrel of a gun, or as Moscow's rockets, mortars, artillery target the Ukrainian people. This is not real diplomacy. Those are not the conditions for real diplomacy. We and our allies have called for a real diplomatic solution from day one. President Zelensky, for his part, has repeatedly reached out to President Putin, but his outstretched hand at every turn was met now by silence and now bombs. If President Putin is serious about diplomacy, he knows what he can do. He should immediately stop the bombing campaign against civilians, order the withdrawal of his forces from Ukraine, and indicate very clearly, unambiguously to the world that Moscow is prepared to de-escalate. We have not seen that yet.
So you don't think it's a good idea?
We have not seen any indication that Putin is prepared to de-escalate. We have not seen any indication that he is willing to create the conditions in which diplomacy can succeed.
Just to put a super fine point on it, it is not the question of the it is not a question of the venue. You know, if the same talks without some kind of significant change from the Russians, you don't think talks anywhere.
This is a question that is much more fundamental than the venue. This is a question of whether diplomacy can succeed under these conditions. We do not think it can.
Okay. Then just secondly and finally for me, Finland and Sweden were invited to participate in this NATO meeting in Brussels earlier today. And the Russians have, I don't know, issued a warning, saying that if they were to join NATO, and I know that there isn't any current plan for them to do so, but if they were, that there would be repercussions, military and political repercussions for them. Now, I'm not going to ask you whether the U.S. would encourage or support Finland or Sweden to join NATO, but there are conditions that have to be satisfied. For aspirants have to satisfy certain conditions to become members. Do Finland and Sweden currently, as they are now, meet those conditions for membership?
That is a question, Matt, for NATO, but there is a more fundamental question that your question actually gets at. And that is really what is at stake in this conflict. We have made the point before that Ukraine is a valued partner of the United States. Its people are partners of the American people. But this, in some ways, in many ways, is bigger than a territorial conflict between Russia and Ukraine. It is bigger because these are about the foundational principles that for 70 years now, since the end, over the course of 2 world wars and since the end of the Cold War, principles that have undergirded and really fueled unprecedented levels of stability, of prosperity, of security the world over, in Europe, Indo-Pacific, and everywhere in between. That is what Putin is threatening. In addition to the territorial integrity of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, the government of Ukraine, what Putin is threatening is this rules-based international order. And one of the central precepts of that rules-based international order is the foundational truth that every country should be free to determine its own policies, its own domestic policy, its own foreign policies, its partnerships, its alliances, its associations, its aspirations. That is what Putin has sought to trample on in Ukraine. It is what, if we are to listen to at least this bluster, we may be led to believe he wants to trample on beyond Ukraine.
I get that, but that's not, my question is about Finland and Sweden. It's not about what Putin's policies are. Ukraine has made it very clear that it wants to, or the current government of Ukraine has made it very clear that it wants to join NATO, and NATO has said, no, you're not ready yet. And what my question is if, and I know you're not going to want to answer a hypothetical, but if you're going to say no, do Finland and Sweden meet the criteria for NATO membership?
So first,
should they apply tomorrow? Would they have to, would they have to do, are they democratic enough?
So
do they uphold human rights? Do they?
So let me make 3 points. It is up to Finland and Sweden to determine for themselves if they wish to join NATO or any other alliance. It is our firm position and a firm position of the NATO alliance that NATO's door remains open to all eligible aspirants. And 3, ultimately, if a country does aspire for NATO membership, that's a decision for NATO, not for any other country.
I just want to know, would the United States support? You don't support Ukraine's membership in NATO right now.
Matt, you yourself have just said that neither Finland nor Sweden have indicated that they aspire to join NATO.
So that's why I tried to couch the question whether they would currently meet the criteria to become
I am going to let Finland and Sweden speak for themselves. Yes, Vivian.
The EU has moved to impose sanctions on Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov today. The president said obviously it was under consideration yesterday. There are reports that the U.S. will announce sanctions on Putin today. Can you tell us if that is the case?
As you heard from the president yesterday, all options are on the table. All options means all. All means all. We are looking closely at additional options that may apply appropriate pressure to the Russian Federation, to President Putin, to those around him. But any additional measures would join a litany of steps that together with our EU allies, with Australia, with Canada, with Great Britain, with New Zealand, and other countries, we announced yesterday that constitute the strongest, most consequential set of sanctions and other economic measures ever imposed. And the fact that they are responsive to this brazen, brutal, unprovoked aggression on the part of Russia against Ukraine speaks to their strength and why that strength was and is necessary. So any additional measures would complement the fact that we announced yesterday that now all 10 of Russia's largest bank, which hold 80% of the assets in Russia's banking sector, are now subject to these measures. The export controls that we have the Department of Commerce, to be specific, imposed yesterday now block the import of some 50% of the strategic imports that Moscow would need for its strategic positioning, its strategic ambitions. The fact that the Russian government is now cut off in terms of its sovereign debt from Western financing. The fact that elites around President Putin are now sanctioned and subject to those attendant restrictions. Any additional measures, and again, we have said that if President Putin continues to escalate, we will do the same, but any additional measures would join that long litany of steps that already constitute the strongest, the most decisive response that the United States, and together with our allies and partners, have ever mounted. Humar.
So I have a couple of follow-ups on both of those issues, but before, please indulge me. Foreign Policy magazine first reported this about locally employed staff working in Ukraine and how they're seeking U.S. help. So what is the plan for them? How many people are we talking about? And what is your assessment? Do you not think you have an obligation to these people?
Humaira, the Secretary and others from here have been in regular touch with the Embassy Kiev community, and that, of course, includes our locally employed staff. You've traveled with us. You know the value that the Secretary, that the team around him attach to our locally employed staff. They are at the heart of our embassy operations around the world. Quite simply, our embassies, our posts around the world could not function without our locally employed staff. On February 24th, a couple days ago, the Locally Employed Staff Committee sent us an email following Russia's unprovoked attack against Kiev. We are exploring all legal options available to us that would enable us to support them at what clearly is a very difficult time for our locally employed staff. We've already taken some important steps. We've implemented paid administrative leave for all staff unable to work or telework, regardless of their location. Whether our local staff are working, whether they're teleworking, whether they are unable to work, let me be clear, they are being paid. Whether they are in Ukraine or outside of Ukraine, they are being paid. We have established a dedicated communications channel for all of our locally employed staff to contact us with their questions, with their concerns, so that we can be responsive directly to them. And we've provided the option of salary advances to support those locally employed staff who need an extra amount of assistance at what is clearly a very difficult time. So these relationships are deeply meaningful to us. They're deeply important to us. Again, our operations could not continue without our locally employed staff.
How many people are we talking about?
Now, I'm not in a position to offer that. All of them are being paid. All of them have these options available to them.
Okay.
Sure.
Can I just do one quick question on that
Sure.
first? Okay. One thing that they asked for specifically in this letter was assistance relocating out of the country. The Biden administration has been talking about this potential assault for weeks, now. So why isn't there already a way to help these local employed staff get out of the country if they want to? And do you plan on doing that?
Well, we are exploring all options that are legally available to us and that are logistically available to us at this time. As you know, we have, for over the course of weeks now, been issuing public communications directed in the first instance at the American citizen community in Kyiv, those who otherwise would have traveled to Ukraine, urging individuals not to travel to Ukraine, and more recently urging Americans located in Ukraine to depart Ukraine. We have, of course, provided guidance to our locally engaged staff, locally employed staff, who had come to us seeking guidance, seeking direction. So I can't speak to specific cases. I can't speak to specific decisions or choices that may have been made, but we are here to support them in every conceivable way that we can.
That raises actually the second. They'd be specifically subject to Russian aggression.
I'm sorry?
Is there any reason to believe that these locally employed staff would be specifically subject to Russian aggressions?
I have not seen any indication that they would be targeted for their role, but we have seen every indication that this is intended to be on the part of the Russian Federation, not only an assault on Ukraine's territorial integrity, not only an assault on its government, but also an assault on the Ukrainian people. So we are deeply concerned about the intentions, the motivations of the Russian Federation. It's why we are seeking to bring this unprovoked, needless war to an end as quickly as we can. Humera.
Just on this, do you know, were there any local staff who accompanied the people who went to Lviv and were working in Lviv, and that, who have since now been relocated basically to Poland, and who would have gone and are now temporarily at least living in Poland?
It was a core embassy team, Matt. That
just Americans, or were there local staff too?
It was a core embassy team. I'm not in a position to offer if there were any locally employed staff with them. Humera.
Just to close the loop on sanctions, and then I'll move on to UN very briefly. So the assessments out there about how long it would take Russian forces to overrun Kyiv is mentioned like in days. And yet the president and others in this government said yesterday sanctions would be more impactful in time. Is it fair to say then in the immediate term, U.S. is basically unable to stop Putin?
I don't think you heard anyone say that. What you have heard us say is that, well, let me back up. Over the course of months now, we have been ringing the alarm bell as we had information available to us as early as late last year that Vladimir Putin had these intentions. We started to see his forces mobilize around that time. You remember in November of 2021 when we first started to speak about this publicly. Beyond our public messaging, we engaged in robust private diplomacy behind closed doors to ensure that our allies and partners around the world knew what we knew so that we could operate in tandem with one another. When it comes to the sanctions that you mentioned, these were coordinated with allies and partners around the world. Part of what gives them the bite, the heft that they have, is that these were not just measures that were introduced by the United States, but also by the European Union.
It doesn't matter how many people, how many countries introduce that. It's a matter of time. And we're talking about days, and President openly said that they don't have the days.
But you will look, if you see what has transpired in the Russian marketplace over the course not only of recent days, but of recent weeks. The threat of these massive consequences have pushed the ruble to its lowest levels in years, pushed the Russian stock market, pushed down investor sentiment, and have made clear that these measures have tremendous bite. And we saw that yesterday when these measures were introduced. So what is true is that these measures are designed to garner strength, to garner momentum over time. But with their immediate introduction yesterday, on top of the measures that we imposed on Monday in response to President Putin's recognition of these so-called republics in eastern Ukraine, you have seen that there has been an immediate effect. There has been an immediate bite.
My final one is on UN. The vote is delayed for an hour. Do you know why?
I do not. You would need to
Are you
ask the UN.
confident you've got UAE and India to vote yes?
We are confident that the Russian Federation will be and will be shown to be isolated on the world stage. We are confident that our partners, that our allies around the world will stand in very clear, very stark opposition to this aggression, to this assault on Ukraine's territorial integrity, to its independence, to its sovereignty. We have every expectation that message will emanate loud and clear from this UN session.
All your partners, including India and UAE.
We have every expectation that message will be loud and clear to the Russian Federation, unambiguous to President Putin. Yes.
Can I follow up on something that you said when you were speaking with Matt? You said if you were to listen to the blunder of President Putin, you might believe he was willing to go beyond Ukraine. Do you have reason to believe that that is the case?
President Putin knows, because we have stated very clearly that our commitment to NATO's Article 5, an attack on one is an attack on all, is as vibrant, is as sacrosanct as it was at NATO's founding some 7 decades ago. You heard the president say again yesterday that we will fight for every inch of NATO territory. That is a message that we have made very clear in public. It is a message that we have conveyed very clearly in private. I have no doubt that message has reached President Putin.
And one separate question. I want to do a follow-up.
Is there anything specific to indicate? The NATO Secretary General said today that there are indications that the Kremlin's objectives spanned beyond Ukraine. Is there anything to suggest from the U.S.'s perspective that they do?
Well, what we have seen from President Putin, not only in recent days, but in recent years, is his desire to go back to an era that has long since passed, an era in which spheres of influence are acceptable, an era in which large countries can bully small countries, an era in which might equals right. That is an era that should have ended, certainly with the fall of the Berlin Wall, certainly with the end of the Cold War. But of course, President Putin has other desires, other aspirations. It is our task to reinforce the rules that have, again, governed the international community over the course of some 70 years, but certainly in more recent years since the end of the Cold War. Abigail.
Can you give us any update on your efforts to help Americans who are still in Ukraine? I know you are always hesitant to give exact numbers, but do you have any further indication of how many Americans have crossed over the border into Poland, for instance?
So, as you've heard us say, we don't have precise figures in any country around the world of the number of Americans who are present in a foreign country at any given time. And you know those reasons well. We don't track Americans. We don't require them to register. We don't require them to unregister when they leave a country. In the case of Ukraine, however, we did have an estimate, and we do have an estimate, dated from October of last year of Americans resident in Ukraine. At the time, October of 2021, there were 6,600 Americans resident in Ukraine by our estimation. And that estimation was based on data from our Ukrainian partners. It was based on data that was available to us as well, including data from local organizations. That same month, October of 2021, is this very same month that we started warning Americans not to travel to Ukraine. Those warnings were later superseded by clear and consistent encouragement to Americans to leave the country, and most recently, warnings that Americans should leave the country. So since October of 2021, we have seen a sweeping shift in the advice and guidance we have provided to Americans who either sought to travel to Ukraine or Americans who might have been resident in Ukraine. So while we don't have a firm number of Americans who are there, we have good reason to believe, and I think all of you have good reason to conclude, that the number of Americans in Ukraine now is far lower than 6,600. What we have been doing over the course of weeks now is communicating with Americans who are located in Ukraine, asking them to be in touch with us, providing us their contact information so that we in turn can provide them specific, tailored guidance about what they should do to depart the country. We have done so in the context of commercial air travel when that was available, and now more recently we provided specific, consistent guidance on how Americans can travel overland to leave the country, including offering them specific advice as to which border crossings to go to so that they can travel from Ukraine into Poland with ease. We've conducted diplomacy with our Polish allies to make sure that Americans need not provide any sort of advance notice when they seek to travel from Ukraine into Poland. We've set up a welcome center on the Polish side of the border with representatives of the State Department there to offer them any advice, any forms, any guidance they may need to complete their onward travel. So we've been in regular, consistent touch with Americans who are in Ukraine and Americans who have made that travel into Poland. Yes, sir.
Ned, if I may, I'd like to follow on sanctions. So you mentioned those additional measures means additional sanctions, but what might be the trigger? What might trigger them? So what else are you waiting from Moscow? Moscow is bombing Kiev and other Ukrainian cities. I have the moral right to tell about this. I'm not speculating because my family spent this night in the shelter. So what else might happen? And just to push administration to apply the additional sanctions. And secondly, if I may, there are a lot of talks in Ukraine about the possibility of some kind of talks with the Russians. President Zelensky told about this in his statement that maybe America and United Kingdom may back in Ukraine in those conversations. So what's your message to Ukraine? Do you think that it's necessary right now or it's the wrong way? Thank you.
Thank you. So we do believe that diplomacy is the only responsible way to address this. That was our belief prior to the start of the Russian invasion. It is our belief now that the Russian invasion and assault on Ukraine has begun. At the same time, we want to see diplomacy conducted in a context and an environment in which it can succeed. Our concern had been prior to the Russian invasion that, again, Moscow was using the so-called pretense of diplomacy, pretending to take part in serious diplomatic discussions, having these staged, highly choreographed meetings of the National Security Council, where President Putin would instruct his lieutenants to engage in diplomacy, only as he continued to amass his forces. Now we see offers of diplomacy at the barrel of a gun. We see these offers as tanks continue to roll across the border, as your fellow countrymen, your fellow countrywomen remain subject to unimaginable levels of violence and brutality by the Russian Federation. We want to make clear to President Putin that diplomacy by the barrel of a gun, coercive diplomacy, is not something that we are going to take part in. It is not something that will bring an end to this conflict in a real, genuine, and sustainable way. We do want to see diplomacy succeed. That is why we are doing everything we can through our public messaging, but in some ways, much more importantly, through the measures we have introduced over the past couple days, coercive measures that are designed to contour President Putin's next moves, to put pressure on his economy, on his financial system, on those around him, and on President Putin himself, so that we see de-escalation, we see diminution of violence, we see withdrawal of forces. We have not seen any of those things just yet, but these measures were just instituted, and it is our sincere desire to see this going forward so that we can work diplomatically to bring an end to this senseless, unprovoked violence. In terms of sanctions, as we've said, we have instituted the most biting, the most crippling, the most devastating set of sanctions together with our allies and partners that the world has ever seen. And we have additional measures that if we do not see de-escalation, if we do not see a diminution in violence, that we are prepared to enact, again, together with our allies and partners. Yes?
Following up on diplomacy, there was a memo sent around today to State Department employees calling for the cancellation of all government-to-government contacts with Russia unless it was a major national security interest topic, and those were listed. I'm just wondering what the goal of that approach is, what you guys think that does.
The goal of...
Cutting off most of the contacts unless it's of a high national security interest topic?
So, again, Russia's actions, it's needless, unprovoked, unnecessary, brutal campaign against Ukraine has fundamentally changed the relationship that Moscow has not only with the United States, but with countries around the world. The flavor, the look, the feel of our relationship with Moscow is very different today than it was last week or even a few days ago. At the same time, we have national security priorities, national security imperatives, and there may be some areas in which the fulfillment of our national security priorities and imperatives require us to engage, to coexist at some level with the Russian Federation. These are areas that are of overriding importance to us, and there are a few that come to mind, but the point is that Moscow is now a pariah on the world stage. President Putin is a pariah on the world stage. His economy will suffer. His financial system will suffer. Moscow's strategic ambitions will suffer. Moscow's strategic positioning and strength will suffer. But again, we are always going to pursue what's in our national security interest, however we need to do that. Yes, Paul.
You've spoken about the U.S. rejecting this idea of talks in Minsk, but the talks were offered with Ukraine, and I don't think Ukraine has stated its position. If I'm right, are you telling Ukraine you wouldn't support them if they entered talks?
We are a partner of the Ukrainian government. We're a partner of the Ukrainian people. We will partner with them in real constructive diplomacy, just as in our engagement with the Russian Federation, whether that was on a bilateral basis, whether it was through the NATO-Russia Council, whether it was through the OSCE. We incorporated the viewpoints, we incorporated the perspectives, we incorporated the interests of our Ukrainian partners into that. So we are here to support our Ukrainian partners, not only diplomatically, that's important. We are supporting them with our security assistance, unprecedented levels of security assistance that will only continue to increase now that Putin has made this disastrous decision. Our support for Ukraine's economy. Just last week, the Secretary signed a fourth $1 billion loan guarantee. We have continued through other means to provide stability to the Ukrainian economy, financial system, and through our humanitarian support. We provided $52 million in humanitarian funding for the people of Ukraine last year. We will continue to provide significant levels of humanitarian support to the Ukrainian people this year. Yes.
Following on that, so has the U.S. advised the Ukrainians against entering into any diplomatic talks with Moscow, and do you believe that that offer today was made in bad faith?
On your second question, it is our belief that Moscow has sought to engage in the pretense of diplomacy. They clearly, it appears, attempted to do that prior to the invasion, to buy time, to continue their preparations for what it now seems clear Vladimir Putin had intended all along. I don't think it takes a grand geopolitical analyst to know that an offer of diplomacy as you rain down bombs, mortar shells, as your tanks advance towards a capital of 2.9 million people, as your forces encircle a capital, as your political leaders make demands of demilitarization, make demands of a fundamentally neutral foreign policy, essentially removing agency that Kyiv should otherwise have. That is not the context in which diplomacy can succeed. I think it is fair to say that we see eye to eye with our Ukrainian partners on that front. President Biden, as you know, spoke to President Zelensky earlier today. Secretary Blinken, as you know, spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba earlier today. We will continue to provide guidance, to share information with our Ukrainian partners. They, in turn, are continuing to provide updates to us, and we are ensuring that everything we do will be fully coordinated and that we'll be operating in pure lockstep.
To Western interlocutors that it might be the last time that he's seen alive. Is the U.S. in any discussions with the Ukrainian government about
securing their safety, either moving them outside of the country or otherwise? Have the Ukrainians made such a request, or the U.S. made such an offer?
We are in constant discussion with our Ukrainian partners. Again, the president today, the secretary today, the secretary a couple days ago spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba. A couple days before that, he spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba, and that's only at the senior-most levels. At working levels, we have been in regular contact with our Ukrainian partners about the challenges they're facing, about the ways we will continue to support them. Their security needs, their humanitarian needs, their economic needs, their political needs. But I wouldn't want to characterize it beyond that. Yes?
The President Zelensky also made an appeal for a no-fly zone. Is any consideration being given to that?
We are in regular dialogue, as I said, with our Ukrainian partners. We are looking at a range of ways we can continue to support them, but I wouldn't want to go beyond that. Well,
on the halt in the bilateral talks with Russia, can you give us a couple of examples of issues that are of such significant national security interest that they will continue?
Well, I'll offer one at least. Of course, it remains in our interest to see to it that Iran is never able to acquire a nuclear weapon. The fact that Russia has now invaded Ukraine should not give Iran the green light to develop a nuclear weapon, to weaponize, to move towards the point at which it can quickly acquire a nuclear weapon. It remains as in our interest today to deny Iran that ability than it was on Saturday. Lalit.
Wait, hold on. Okay, that's one, but the list that I saw includes the Arctic Council. It includes climate change talks. Is there anything significant that, does it include the strategic dialogue?
We have no plans to take part in another strategic dialogue at the moment. At the moment.
And again, all of this stuff is suspension. It's not permanent. So should Russia change its
point
course, these would resume.
Much like sanctions, these are a means to an end. What we are trying to do is to change on an urgent basis Moscow's behavior, to bring this violence to an end, to bring this conflict to an end, to bring the suffering that Russia is inflicting on the Ukrainian people to an end. Lalit.
Context of the Russian-Ukrainian crisis. India has a strong relationship with Russia and so has with the United States as well. Has the Ukrainian crisis strained India-US relationship?
We have a broad strategic partnership with India. As you know, we had an opportunity to see our Indian counterpart, Foreign Minister Jaishankar, in Australia just the other day when we were in the Indo-Pacific for a meeting of the Quad. What we have done, including in the context of the bilateral discussion we had with Foreign Minister Jaishankar in Melbourne, was to share our fervent belief that countries around the world, especially those countries that have a level of influence, of clout, of leverage with the Russian Federation, needed to use that to good effect, needed to use that to protect the rules-based international order, again, that have worked to the benefit of the United States, that have worked to the benefit of our European allies, that have worked to the benefit of India, and, quite frankly, have worked to the benefit of the Russian Federation over the course of some 70 years. We share important interests with India. We share important values with India. And we know India has a relationship with Russia that is distinct from the relationship that we have with Russia. Of course, that is okay. What we have asked of every country around the world is that they use that leverage to good effect to uphold those norms, those rules that have been at the center, again, of unprecedented levels over the past 70 years of security, of stability, and prosperity.
And you believe that India has that influence or leverage over Russia?
Well, India has a relationship with Russia that we certainly don't have. India and Russia have a relationship, including in the defense and security sector, that we don't have. And again, we have asked every country that has a relationship, and certainly those countries that have leverage, to use that leverage in a constructive way.
I have one more question on Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan was recently in in Moscow when Russian attacked Ukraine. This is the first time in 20 years a Pakistani Prime Minister have visited Russia. Do you see realignment of forces there?
Well, I will leave it to our Pakistani partners to speak to their position on this. What I can say is that we communicated to Pakistan our position on what was then the threat of a Russian invasion and what is now the ongoing Russian invasion against Ukraine. Just as India does, Pakistan knows precisely where we stand on this. These are, again, rules, norms, guidelines that benefit India, Pakistan, the United States, and Russia as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have a follow-up on Minsk talks and a broader point about the conflict. Has the United States been explicitly asking the Ukrainians not to take part in the proposed talks?
We have been in regular contact with our Ukrainian partners. We want to see diplomacy. We want to see diplomacy succeed. And we want that precisely because only through diplomacy can we bring an end to this needless, unprovoked, brutal conflict, and only through diplomacy can we save lives on a sustainable basis. So first and most important, we want to see diplomacy. We want to see diplomacy succeed. A corollary to that, we want to know that Russia is actually interested in genuine diplomacy. It now appears quite clear that Russia was not and has not been interested in genuine diplomacy. They were interested in the pretense of diplomacy. As I said before, in the context of the ongoing invasion, diplomacy at the barrel of a gun, that is not genuine diplomacy. That is coercive diplomacy. That is coercion with the guise of diplomatic niceties. That is not something that can bring an end to this conflict in a way that we know it must end.
And my broader point, if I may, why do you think this military operation is taking place? Is this because the Russians are so inherently evil that they woke up one day and decided to attack a neighboring country? Or is it because of some broader and deeper roots that needs to be addressed? Like, for instance, the international security architecture doesn't work in its current form.
You'll have to ask that question of President Putin. Only he can give you a good answer only he can give you an answer. I'm not sure it'll be a good one to explain his decisions. But let me make one point. This is not and was not a decision of the Russian people. This was a decision that was made for them. This was not a decision that was made by them. And even in recent hours, in recent days, we have seen thousands of brave Russians take to the streets peacefully to demonstrate against what they see as precisely what we see, an unprovoked, an unjustified, a needless war that will inflict costs not only on Ukraine but also on Russia. The fact is that Russians are unlikely to see their countrymen come back in body bags because Putin controls just about every instrument of communication, every mass media, every element of the mass media. But Russians will be coming home in body bags. This has already had a devastating consequential effect on the Russian economy. This has already had consequential implications for Russia's strategic ambitions, both at the present and going forward. So this is not a decision, judging by what we're seeing from the Russian people themselves, that they wanted to see. This is not a decision that many of them support. The American people, the United States government, we are standing on the side of those Russians who are peacefully taking to the streets to voice their concern, their criticism, their, in some cases, deep condemnation of what is going on, and to exert the rights that are as universal to them as they are to anyone anywhere else. They are doing this in the face of continued crackdowns against the exercise of these very same universal rights. This is, just as we have said, of so many other tactics, straight from Putin's playbook. the fact that dissent of this nature, peaceful protests, peaceful demonstrations are quashed and crushed in short order, that is symptomatic of a deep-seated insecurity on the part of President Putin, of those around him. So I want to be very clear that even though this was a decision, a reckless, brutal, costly decision by President Putin and his lieutenants, we are under no illusions that this has the support of the Russian people. And in fact, we're seeing the Russian people indicate very clearly, many of them, that this is something they reject. Sure.
Would the United States like to see a resumption of talks on Euro-Atlantic security and maybe even talks with China about the international security architecture overall, to maybe try and update it or overhaul it as necessary?
So I'll make 2 points. Prior to the onset of this needless war, we had made a genuine, good faith offer together with our allies and partners to discuss with the Russian Federation certain areas where we thought we could make progress on a reciprocal basis. These would have been discussions about, just as you said, broader European security architecture, the placement of offensive missiles in Europe, arms control protocols, arms control agreements, steps when it comes to stability, transparency as well. That was very much on the table. The Russian Federation, again, engaged in this pretense of diplomacy with us. There was an exchange, as everyone knows by now, of written proposals, written responses. There were high-level meetings, all of which culminated in what we've now seen, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, perhaps an invasion that was planned all along. That is not our near-term priority. Our near-term priority for diplomacy going forward is to bring, as quickly as possible, an end to this needless violence, this brutality that the Russian Federation is directing against the Ukrainian state, against the Ukrainian government, and against the Ukrainian people. That is our near-term focus.
Can I go back to your bilateral talks just for a second? Because I think I asked the wrong question. I should have, instead of asking you what is exempted, because I've seen the list of exemptions, and it's frankly huge. Can you give us an example of the kinds of talks that now are no longer going to take place?
You're asking me to...
Well, I mean, are we talking about cultural exchanges or what? I mean, because if
Matt,
you look at the list of stuff that's exempted, you start with the JCPOA, you go to climate, you go to COVID, you go to anything having to do with consular affairs.
What you will see...
go to anything that the seventh floor thinks is significant enough, which could be anything. So I'm just wondering, what is it?
You will see
Arctic Council in there.
You will see
every single.
You will see a focus on our core national security interests.
Yeah, but every international organization, you know, contact with the Russians at every international organization is carved out. It's exempted from this.
Matt, I'm not sure this question.
Going from the ICAO to the Arctic Council to the OSCE.
We are going to pursue.
No, I know. So what has been banned or halted because of this directive?
We are going to pursue what is in our national security interests. Some of the things you just listed are fundamental to our national security interests. Just because Russia has taken this action doesn't mean that we should stop caring about our own security, the well-being, the welfare, the safety, the security of the American people. You've seen for yourself at least what purports to be a list of areas where we need to engage, we might need to engage to pursue those core national security interests. I will leave it to your well-informed imagination what might not meet that criteria.
I'm just wondering, can you point to something specific that is now no longer able to be talked about with Russians bilaterally because of this? Because it just seems like almost everything that one can imagine, except for, I don't know, licensing for artwork to come to be loaned to a museum,
the Russian,
is included.
The unprovoked Russian invasion of Ukraine has contoured, has changed our bilateral relationship. So,
I understand that.
Please, Vivian. About what talks?
Arms talks.
So,
are they off the table? completely no?
At this point, we do not have any plans for the next iteration of the Strategic Stability Dialogue. Arms control is an area, whether it's in the context of the JCPOA, if you want to consider that an arms control agreement, or the fact that the United States and the Russian Federation have the two largest nuclear arsenals on the planet. It would remain in our national security interests to see to it that nuclear material, nuclear warheads, that nuclear stockpiles remain under control, in the positive control of the Russian Federation, that stockpiles that remain, that nuclear arsenals remain small as possible. Certainly, arms control is something that will continue to be in our national security interest, but we don't have another iteration of the Strategic Stability Dialogue planned.
I have a specific thing on that. So today, in London, they canceled the performance of the Bolshoi ballet. Yesterday, the Kennedy Center canceled the performance of a Russian ballet. Are cultural exchanges or commercial cultural visits now off the table in the U.S.?
I don't want to be categorical about it. Again, this is not a decision that was taken by the Russian people. This was a decision.
But, I mean, this is still, I understand that. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I understand that the Russian people didn't do this. But still, is the U.S. Will the U.S. be blocking this? I mean, you've had a member of Congress, a Democrat, who suggested that Russian students should be expelled from U.S. schools and expelled from the U.S. So, are we going that far that we're not going to allow Russian cultural visits?
We are exacting costly consequences for President Putin, for those around him, for the Kremlin, for the Russian government. Our goal is not to punish the Russian people. Our goal is to stand with the Russian people, many of whom are taking to the streets in protest of this war that has the potential to devastate their country, their economy, their society as well. So again, I'm not prepared to tell you today precisely what will be canceled, whether the Bolshoi will be coming to Washington within the next several days or several weeks. What I can tell you is that we are going to continue to exact costly consequences for the Kremlin, but we will continue to stand up for the universal rights of the Russian people.
Should you go ahead and follow suit, not you personally, but Treasury or whoever is going to be announcing the EU sanctions that were introduced today against President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov, I just want to be clear, would that complicate any communication between the President and the President, or the Secretary and the Foreign Minister, or any meetings?
So you've just posed a hypothetical wrapped in a hypothetical, so it's a little bit difficult for me to for me to answer that. And I appreciate the breaking news updates from Reuters.
Again in 10 minutes?
Hopefully I'll be out of here in 10 minutes. What I would say is that we will always keep the door open to diplomacy. Okay, we would not do anything that would shut the door to genuine diplomacy.
Okay, so such talks would be ones that are like
you're not gonna extract anything else from me on this front at this time, at least. Dimitri. Sure.
You announced, the State Department has announced recently the expulsion of the Russian DCM. From your point of view, it's a response to what the Russians have been doing. The Russians are saying pretty much the same thing. This vicious cycle has been going on for some time now, and this is not a policy stuff. This is purely technical issues. Why can't you resolve those problems of at least letting your diplomatic missions to work properly? The Russians are saying, guys, let's reset all those mutual claims that we have. You're saying no, or that's my understanding. Yeah, I would like to hear your take on that.
I think you might be misinformed. We have been very clear that especially during times of tensions, especially during times of crisis, especially during times of conflict, it is important for governments to be able to communicate, to correspond with one another. What we've seen from the Russian Federation over the course of months now has been a constriction on the part of our embassy operations in Moscow. Most recently, we saw them on an unprovoked basis expel our DCM. The watchwords, the buzzword for us is parity. That's precisely what we are seeking. The Russian embassy here in Washington is more resourced, better resourced than is our diplomatic mission in Moscow. We're looking for parity. We're looking for fairness. So the step we announced yesterday, the fact that we had expelled or indicated to the Russian Federation that we would be expelling their second-ranking official here in Washington, it was not a response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It was a response to what Russia has done to our bilateral mission in Moscow. All right. Thank you all very much.
What did you go with?
You're going to Wilmington. You were too bleached. Yeah. We'll be in Wilmington tomorrow morning. Actually, mine did. The bakery is delicious. The bakery is great. Great amount of restaurants. And I really love the speakeasy. The speakeasy is great. It's normally. I've never been there. There's a speakeasy. Oh my God, it's amazing. Squirrel places. Yeah. You guys did one of James. Oh, there's about to be a Bardea steak right next door. Wow. So and it is Travel Bureau is like reporting this stuff. Oh my gosh.
This peanuts. I'd never heard of it. I was surprised to
You're like, trust me, there have been a lot worse.
I was like, then I Googled it. I was like, okay. I only knew. Yeah, but yeah. Right. Yeah, but I never understood.
Bye, everyone. All right. I just have one item for all of you at the top, which is a week ahead. And I know there are a few topics to discuss today during our time together. On Monday, the President will host a celebration to mark Black History Month. He will be joined by the Vice President, Black members of the historically diverse cabinet, members of the Congressional Black Caucus, state and local elected officials, civil rights leaders, and Divine Nine leadership. On Tuesday, as you are all tracking, the President will deliver his first State of the Union address. We will have more of his address to preview in the coming days. On Wednesday, the President and the First Lady will travel to Superior, Wisconsin to discuss how the bipartisan infrastructure law delivers for the American people by rebuilding roads and bridges and creating good-paying union jobs. And on Thursday, the President will hold a cabinet meeting. With that, Steve, why don't you kick us off?
The EU earlier today agreed to hold to place sanctions and asset freezes on Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Russian Foreign Minister. Is the United States going to follow suit?
Following a telephone conversation President Biden held with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and in alignment with the decision by our European allies, the United States will join them in sanctioning President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov and members of the Russian National Security Team. I expect we'll have more specific details out later this afternoon.
Thanks. Additionally, could you detail the level of support the United States government is currently providing operationally to the Ukrainian military and intelligence services as they try to fend off the Russian invasion? Is the U.S. continuing to send weaponry into Ukraine? Is it providing intelligence on Russian movements and tactical communications and the like?
Well, without getting into too many specific details that are sensitive for a range of reasons, we are continuing to deliver on the security assistance package that was announced earlier last fall. All of that has not been delivered yet. We're continuing to provide that assistance. Obviously, we remain in very close touch, of course, with President Zelensky. I think you may have just seen the readout that we just put out that included the President spoke with him earlier today again, and we are in very close touch from our national security team with members of his team as well, and we continue to consider a range of options to provide additional assistance.
And President Zelensky last night said he was target number one of the Russian military. Does the United States have a warning to Russia in the event that that they were to target the Ukrainian president or attempt to capture him or to physically harm him?
Do we have a warning to them?
Yes,
well,
specifically regarding a head of state.
Well, let me first say that we have been warning for months for weeks, if not months, that Kiev falling, that attempts to overturn the leadership of Ukraine is very much in the aspirations of President Putin. So their attempts to do exactly that and their continued progress in moving toward Kiev and moving toward Ukrainian leadership is aligned with what we have predicted. Obviously, going after the head of state would be a significant, horrific act by Russian leadership, but we remain in contact, as you all have seen from the readout we provided with President Zelensky. He's made clear that he's still in Ukraine, proudly and courageously standing up in the face of the Russian attack, and we are certainly continue to be concerned about the ongoing Russian assault on the country.
Topic, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention right now is announcing new federal mask guidelines that, including under them, 70% or so of Americans right now live in areas where they are no longer recommended to wear masks indoors in public settings. Is that guidance that will be followed here in the White House, as Washington, D.C. is now not an area recommended anymore for wearing masks indoors?
Sure. Well, we are evaluating our protocols. Obviously, this guidance is just going out now as we speak. I believe Dr. Walensky continues to provide a briefing call with some of your colleagues right now. DC currently has a mask mandate until March 1st. We have always followed the most stringent guidelines. That has typically been the CDC. So we will plan to follow that. And in the meantime, we are evaluating our protocols here at the White House. Go ahead.
On President Zelensky, did in President Biden's phone call with him, did it come up whether President Biden bring up whether President Zelensky he thinks he should leave the country or not?
That is not. I don't have any additional details to provide. President Zelensky continues to serve as president of Ukraine. He continues to do that courageously in the face of attacks from Russian military. This was a call for the president to reiterate our strong support for him, for the Ukrainian people, and to reiterate and condemn the actions of the Russians.
And on sanctioning Putin and Lavrov, yesterday President Biden had said that that was on the table. What changed between yesterday and today?
Well, it has been under consideration and on the table for some time, as you know, and as I just conveyed, the president's strong view and strong principle from the beginning of this conflict, and even before, I should say, has been to take actions and steps in alignment with our European partners, and this is certainly evidence of that.
And just finally on that one, what does sanctioning Putin himself do in the opinion of this administration? A lot of analysts have said that this is more of a symbolic move than anything.
Well, without getting into any specific details, I know you're not exactly asking me this, but sort of about financial assets, et cetera. I will leave that to others to speak to. Certainly the the step that we are doing in alignment and in coordination with the Europeans just sends a clear message about the strength of the opposition to the actions by President Putin and the direction in his leadership of the Russian military. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, and continuing the questions on sanctions.
Yep.
Today we saw that the Italian government and the German government both said very clearly that they would not veto a move to remove Russia from the SWIFT transaction system. Can you say a word about how quickly you think something like that would happen, and whether you believe that that would be another productive tool and perhaps another moment, symbolic or rather an important measure?
Sure. Well, again, the president's principle is taking steps in alignment. We are stronger together, especially as we stand in the face of the Russian military's actions and their invasion of Ukraine. As it relates to SWIFT, we've never taken that off the table, of course, and I'm certainly not taking it off the table today, so certainly there'll be ongoing discussions about that. As you know, SWIFT is a messaging service that connects 11,000 banks, and many would argue that there are ways that the Russian leadership could get around that over the course of time, but it certainly remains an option on the table. In terms of the timeline, I don't have anything to predict for you on that.
We were also reported today that China has actually increased its reserves as opposed to releasing reserves, which could help perhaps with the energy price increases that we're seeing. Have you had, what do you think of that move? And then also, has there been any further communication? Does President Biden intend to talk to President Xi, or can you say a word about what you're doing in terms of trying to convince the Chinese to be supportive?
Well, I would note that also today the IEA had an informal meeting where they discussed options they could take over the coming days and weeks to help address any volatility in the global markets and the heightening of price volatility. And certainly that meeting today was a chance to consult and continue coordination with partners on global energy supply and security. There's also continuing conversations that we have had from here with partners over the past day. Secretary Granholm spoke with French, German, EU, and UK counterparts yesterday, and we'll continue those conversations. As it relates to China, I would say that the president's view, of course, is that now is the time for leaders of the world to not just speak out clearly against President Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine, but this is not a moment for equivocation or hiding or waiting to see what happens next. It is already clear what's happening, and as a part of that, it's also important to be a part of the effort to mitigate and minimize the impact on global markets and global oil markets. And so I don't have any additional conversations to read out for you, but I would say certainly we all want to be part of the solution here and stand up in the face of aggression to help address the problems.
Are you saying that China is, in fact, equivocating?
All I'm saying is that every country should think about what side of history they want to be on here, and they have the ability to do that. Go ahead.
When did President Biden make the final decision to sanction President Putin?
It was made, it's been on the table for some time, but through coordination and discussion with our European partners over the last day or so.
So he decided in the last 24 hours that he was going to do that?
Again, it's been on the table for some time. His priority and his focus has been on taking steps in coordination, and obviously that decision was made over the course of the last 24 hours and in partnership with our European counterparts.
Does it include a travel ban by chance?
I believe that would be a part of the U.S. Component, yes.
So President Putin would be banned from traveling here?
There's more details of it that, again, will be out later today. There are very limited examples of this being done, as you all know, but that is a standard part. But again, there'll be more details we will have available later today.
Another question on travel. The UK is banning civilian Russian aircraft from its airspace, saying that no aircraft on a service owned, operated, or chartered by a person connected with Russia shall fly in their airspace. Is the United States planning to do the same?
I'm not aware of that being in the plans, but I don't have anything to preview for you.
Okay, and another question. We've seen these predictions from the Defense Department, from the State Department, about Kiev falling to Russia. They've made clear that they believe that is in Putin's sights and that he wants to overthrow the government there. If that happens, what does the U.S. do? What is the response and the role that the United States takes after something like that happens?
Well, I would just reiterate, as we've been warning for months, that Kyiv falling is a real possibility, and we've continued to see Russia's progression, even as we've seen resistance on the ground. Russia's military continues to advance toward Kyiv, so there is that real possibility. I'm just not going to get into, at this point, hypotheticals of what that will look like or what our response would be.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I want to follow up on the Putin sanctions again.
Sure.
Based on what you've said so far. So was this decision to coordinate with allies meant to show unity, meant to show that Putin is a pariah, or do you think it will actually have an impact on Putin in practice, given the uncertainty about the extent and location of his wealth?
Sure, I understand what you're asking. I'm just not going to get into specifics about his financial assets from here. Again, I think what is important and what we are hoping the world takes away from this is the unity through which the United States, President Biden, is working with our European partners and allies.
Without getting into details, can you even say if this will or will not impact him, other than showing that he's, an outlier?
Again, I'm not going to get into his personal financial assets. That's typically not something we would do from here. But I would note again that the steps that were taken yesterday and announced yesterday, sanctioning the 10 of the largest financial institutions in Russia, accounting for a huge percentage of their banking capacity, of their financial system capacity, I should say, and even the anticipation of that. Has had an enormous impact on Russia, whether it's the currency, the ruble, that has fallen, the markets, skyrocketing inflation in Russia. And we also have taken steps to sanction oligarchs around President Putin, people who have benefited from corruption and cronyism in the system, and even their family members, to prevent them from having the capacity to move around their assets.
And on the Supreme Court today, the day, it was exactly 2 years ago today that the president made a pledge that he would nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. Did he factor the timing of that into his decision to announce it today?
No.
Okay. And then can you share any details about the process now that it's over?
Finally, we're free.
How long the interview or interviews were, what they talked about, what led the president to choose Judge Jackson over the other candidates?
Sure. Well, I will share with you the details that we're comfortable sharing at this point in time. And obviously, Judge Jackson will be filling out a range of questionnaires. She will be testifying. She will be considered by the full Senate, and she will be asked a range of questions there. The president interviewed Judge Jackson, Judge Childs, and Judge Kruger on Monday, February 14th in person. He made his final decision and called Judge Jackson last evening. I would note it was after the press briefing last evening. The president called Leader Schumer, Senator McConnell, Speaker Pelosi, and Whip Clyburn all separately this morning to inform them of his decision. I'd also note that the vice president has been very engaged, not just in the decision-making process, as the president talked about during his remarks, but she called former President Obama and former President Clinton as well, and she has also been calling a range of members of Congress as a part of the announcement process.
One more. Did he personally call Kruger and Childs to let them know that he had chosen Judge Jackson?
I don't have any other details on that, but I can tell you that he called Judge Jackson to offer her to tell her he was going to nominate her last evening. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The State Department just said about the U.S. and Russia that there are still some areas in which the fulfillment of our national security priorities and imperatives require us to engage and coexist. How is it that we are still engaging and coexisting with the Russians?
Well, Peter, I would say diplomacy around the world requires us to engage with countries even where we have strong disagreements, strong opposition, strong condemnation. We've been very outspoken and taken actions against China's human rights abuses, but we have worked with them in other capacities. We are working Russia as a part of the P5+1 as we're working and making progress on an Iran nuclear deal. There's no question that achievement of that would make the world safer. So it is our responsibility, and diplomacy means engaging even with countries where you have strong disagreement and strong opposition.
And just so that we can understand then the approach, that means that you guys will sit here and sanction Vladimir Putin and then send diplomats to go sit on the same side of the table with the Russians to hash out the Iran deal. Is that what's happening?
That's right, Peter, but I don't know why you sound so skeptical. What our job here in the United States and from any government is to take steps that are in the interest of the American people and the United States of America. And part of that would certainly be reducing Iran's capacity and ability to have a nuclear weapon. I think there's no question about that. Russia is a part of the P5+1.
Okay, there's a report in the New York Times that you guys kept asking China to help you stop Russia from invading Ukraine, and they didn't. So what have you guys done throughout this slow-moving Russia crisis that has worked?
In what capacity?
Well, the president talked to Putin, he talked to the G7, he threatened sanctions, he put sanctions in place. Now he says the sanctions are going to take 30 days, or about a month. Do you guys think the people in Ukraine have about a month?
Well, Peter, let me just take a step back and explain to everyone how diplomacy works and how our approach from the United States has worked. What the president has done is he has built a global coalition to stand up in the face of President Putin and President Putin's aggression and invasion of Ukraine. What he has done is he has rallied the world, our European partners, even at cost to them in some capacities, to put in place significant sanctions, historic sanctions that would have a enormous impact on the Russian financial sector. It is President Putin's choice to go to war and invade Ukraine. That is what he has done. It is our choice and our responsibility and the role of the President in the United States to rally opposition and make sure they feel significant pain from that choice. That's exactly what we have done.
And I understand that you're saying that these sanctions will have an impact on Russia, but what good does that do these people in Ukraine who are seeing the news and these U.S. intel assessments that Kiev is going to fall any day?
Well, Peter, first of all, we are the largest provider of humanitarian assistance, of security assistance in the world to the Ukrainian government, which still stands, and the biggest supporter of the Ukrainian people. And we will continue to be. And we are leading this global effort to stand up against the aggression of President Putin. And so the president is doing nearly everything in his power to lead the world and stand up against the actions of President Putin. What he will not do is send U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine, because he is not going to put the American public, the American people, or the United States in a position of fighting a war with Russia. Go ahead.
If I can ask you about, we've been watching a lot of the pictures play out from overseas. We've seen anti-war protesters rounded up and arrested in Moscow and elsewhere throughout Russia. We've seen awful pictures coming from throughout Ukraine, including one today that was dramatic of a Russian tank literally rolling over a Ukrainian civilian vehicle. Can you just give us a sense, is the president watching this happen, his reaction to this, his message to those anti-war protesters?
Well, I mean, it's horrific to watch. It's heart-wrenching to watch. And we have all seen the images. The president, the vice president, members of our national security team, and it almost doesn't matter how much you've been through, how many conflicts you've watched over time, and he has unfortunately watched many in a variety of national security roles, to feel heartbroken by what you're seeing happen in Ukraine, in a sovereign country that is having its right to exist threatened by Russia, the aggressor in this case. I would say our message to the Ukrainian people continues to be that we stand with you, we support you, we are going to do everything, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, continue to provide security assistance, and rally the world to condemn the actions of President Putin.
And to the anti-war protesters in Russia?
Well, first, I think we would say that we are amazed by your courage, your remarkable courage in standing up against what President Putin is doing. It is not easy to protest in many scenarios, but it's certainly not easy to protest against the actions of an autocratic leader, and that's exactly what these protesters are doing.
There's a large room. I'll ask only one last question, which is, as it relates to the Supreme Court, following up on the questions here. The president wanted it to be a bipartisan process. Has met with many Republicans, Chuck Grassley, the top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee. 3 Republicans helped confirm Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson in the spring of last year. One of them, Lindsey Graham, today said, among other things, that this selection means the radical left has won President Biden over yet again. The White House's response.
Well, I think what's most important for everybody to know and understand is more about Judge Jackson's record. And what was very compelling and to go back to Weij's question, sorry I didn't answer this part, what was compelling to the president. I talked to him about this morning, and you heard him lay this out in great detail in his remarks. Judge Jackson is someone who very much is in the mold of Justice Breyer, having even clerked for him. She talked about that during his remarks. When she was confirmed as a district judge in 2013, Judge Breyer praised her for being a wise decision and swore her in. And even parts of their biography overlap, time on the Sentencing Commission, time as a federal judge. But it's also how she has approached her role as a judge that was very compelling to the president. She's issued opinions without regard to partisan considerations. She's ruled in favor of Republicans and Democrats. She's ruled for and against the government, regardless of whether the government is led by a Democratic president or a Republican president. Litigants, lawyers, and judges across the ideological spectrum appreciate her ability to be an impartial adjudicator, and that's exactly what you want as a judge. She's even clerked for 3 different federal judges who were appointed by presidents of different political parties. So I would just note all of that to suggest that anyone who is already ruling her out without even meeting with her, engaging with her, and reviewing her extensive record as a fair and just judge, there may be other reasons for that.
Thank you.
So go ahead.
Thanks. Do you have any update on the hostages that were reported to be taken at
Chernobyl? I unfortunately don't have an update on that from here at this point. I can check for you after the briefing.
And does the U.S. have any plans to speed up the refugee processing for Ukrainians that do want to come to the U.S., as they did with Afghans that wanted to come to the U.S.?
Well, it's a slightly different circumstance, I will say, because our assessment is that the majority of refugees will want to go to neighboring countries in Europe, many of which have already conveyed publicly that they will accept any refugee who needs a home, whether it's Poland or Germany, and there are probably others who have made those comments. So we are really working in close lockstep with our European counterparts about what the needs are and how to help from our end meet those needs. That certainly means an openness to accepting refugees from Ukraine, but also making sure that all of these neighboring countries who are willing to welcome these refugees, have our support in that effort. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I know the White House has said the U.S. won't be sending troops into Ukraine to rescue Americans who are still there. So what is the U.S. doing about Americans who are still left in Ukraine as the situation gets more dire?
Well, I will first start by saying that we have been warning for months now about the dire circumstances developing in Ukraine and conveying very directly to American citizens they should leave. We have also been in touch from the State Department with every American we can reach. I would point you to them for more specifics on that. And we continue to have the capacity to help them in a range of ways, even as we don't have a diplomatic presence in Ukraine. We don't have people in the country right now, obviously, but they are in neighboring countries. I would really point you to the State Department for any more specifics.
The president is obviously now going to be in Delaware this weekend. Can you share what he will be doing there? Will he be traveling with members of his national security team? Will he be receiving regular updates on Ukraine?
Sure. He will have a meeting with members of his national security team tomorrow in Delaware. I will note that while every president can work from anywhere they are, because that is how presidencies are equipped, he is traveling to Delaware for the memorial service of a family member, and he will be, that is why he's traveling there this weekend. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on that question, does the president have special secure facilities in Wilmington? We know that obviously at Camp David, that is something available. Given the national security crisis, is that something that is also available?
The president has the capacity to make a secure call from anywhere he is, yes.
Okay. And then on the Supreme Court, how important is it to the president that Judge Jackson receives bipartisan support if she is confirmed, and how much political capital and time and energy is he personally going to put in to getting Republican support for her nomination?
Well, I think, Tyler, let me flip this around a little bit for you and just say the president's view is that when you look at somebody like Judge Jackson, who is extraordinarily qualified, has impeccable credentials. She has been lauded by former Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, who said on her behalf when she was put forward last year, I know she's clearly qualified, but it bears repeating just how qualified she is. Our politics may differ, but my praise for Ketanji's intellect, for her character, for her intellect is unequivocal. That she is somebody who has, and I would also note that former D.C. District Judge Thomas Griffith, appointed by President George W. Bush, publicly supported her D.C. court nomination, and she received a bipartisan letter of support from individuals who co-clerked along Judge Jackson. So I think the bar here should not be what is the president going to do? Of course he's going to engage with Democrats and Republicans. You've seen him operate in that way to date. It is what are Republicans going to do in terms of considering an eminently qualified judge that the president has nominated, who by many standards has shown herself to issue opinions without regard to partisan considerations, and ruled in a way that certainly anyone, regardless of their political affiliation, would be proud to see.
And then just one more quick one on the State of the Union. How much is that speech being changed by the Russia-Ukraine crisis? Can you just give us a little bit of a preview about what we may hear from the president on Tuesday?
I certainly understand the question, but I can't give you a preview of a speech 4 days from now quite yet about and how it will address a developing conflict. Go ahead.
Yeah, President Biden stated from the outset, and you've reiterated today, that he won't send U.S. troops to Ukraine to fight Russians. Given the high stakes, President Biden yesterday said Russia has aspirations beyond Ukraine. Why isn't this a fight worth sending U.S. troops for? Why, why has the president assessed that shouldn't be an option?
Well, I would say first it's important to note that we have certainly made clear, not just by words, but by actions, that we are going to continue to support and even plus up our support for NATO defense operations. And there was an announcement yesterday of an increase of additional 7,000 troops, and obviously there was a significant announcement made today by NATO. We will firmly stand behind our Article 5 obligations. But I would say, as it relates to sending U.S. troops into Ukraine, the role of the President of the United States, any president, is to make an assessment about what is in the interests of the United States, our national security interests, the American people, and certainly weigh very heavily how we're leading the global community. But it is not in our interest to be in a war with Russia. And so, no, we are not sending U.S. troops to Ukraine.
But by stating up front that this is not an option, didn't President Biden take away what could have been a threat to deter Putin from invading and to further push into Ukraine?
I think the president believes he has a responsibility to be very direct with the American people about what his intentions are and what his intentions are not. And that is his first priority as president.
And finally, what was the White House's reaction to President Zelensky's today in a video address saying that Ukraine has, quote, been left alone to defend itself against Russia?
Well, as you know, the president spoke with President Zelensky and made clear to him during that conversation that he commended his brave leadership, his brave actions, the brave actions of the Ukrainian people who are fighting to defend their country. He also conveyed our ongoing economic, humanitarian, and security support that we will continue to provide. So that is hardly standing on the sidelines. We are providing, again, the largest provider of security, economic, humanitarian assistance of any country in the world, and we will continue to support President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people.
So the White House doesn't think he's been left alone?
I think I'll leave it at that. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Jen. Does the administration have any plans to offer TPS to Ukrainians who are in the United States or who might end up coming to the United States? Does it support the idea?
Well, it's a process that would be overseen by the interagency, go through an interagency process led by the Department of Homeland Security. I know there are many advocates for that, but I don't have an update on the process or if it will happen.
What plans does the administration, in regard to refugees,
Sure.
What plans does the administration have to take in, for the United States, to take in some refugees in the United States? Have there been any planning discussions, perhaps with refugee groups, to prepare this? Do you have an anticipated number of how many refugees may come to the United States?
I don't have an anticipated number to project. What I will convey to you is that we are always in constant contact with the refugee organizations who do incredible work around the world. But I would also reiterate that what we've seen happen over the last couple of days is countries like Poland, Germany, and others in Europe make clear that they are opening their arms to welcome refugees from Ukraine. Those are neighboring countries, so we do anticipate the vast majority will want to go to countries in Europe.
But you do anticipate that some would come to the United States?
We are open to that, yes.
And if I could ask one more. Senator Coons floated the idea of a $10 billion emergency supplemental package. Does the administration support that proposal?
We are having ongoing conversations with Congress about additional assistance to Ukraine. Our OMB leadership is having those conversations, and so I will leave it to them to put out any updated specific number from our end, but those are underway. Go ahead.
Why doesn't President Biden want to talk to Vladimir Putin right now?
Because he's invading a sovereign country.
Isn't he going to be potentially invading that for years on end?
Well, I would say that a moment where a leader is beginning and in the middle of invading a sovereign country is not the moment where diplomacy feels appropriate. It does not mean we have ruled out diplomacy forever. Obviously, the president remains open to engaging at a leader-to-leader level, but this is not the moment.
And why are you guys waiting to apply maximum pressure on Russia with, sanctions on everything? It doesn't seem, are you guys waiting for Kiev to fall or
sanctions on everything? How do you mean?
Like sanctions on all Russian transactions and oil and gas, or like, do you think that Americans are not willing to take a hit at the gas pump?
Well, I would say there's a couple of principles through which the president has approached sanctions. One is maximizing the impact on Russian leadership and on the Russian financial system so that there will be a particular squeeze. We've obviously taken steps already that have gone far and above what has ever been done in the past. If you look at just the 10 financial institutions that we sanctioned, they hold a huge percentage they're about 80% of the Russian banking sector. That is a significant step that was announced yesterday. The export controls step that was announced yesterday means that they won't have the ability to get access to the technology and semiconductors and AI that President Putin desperately wants to continue to innovate his economy moving forward. There's also, of course, European countries are also looking at some of their reliance on Russia, whether it's for energy or other purposes, and they're making their own decisions about diversifying. And as I noted a little bit earlier, the ruble remains about 10% weaker year to date and the worst performing emerging market currency in the world. So what should be clear here is that there are already huge impacts. There is already an enormous squeeze on the Russian financial system and economy. What the president is also focused on as a principle is taking steps, making sure we are minimizing the impact on the American people, on the global economic system, and we of course weigh that as we have a responsibility to do. And we want to, first and foremost, take these steps united with our partners and allies in Europe.
Does the Does the administration have any message to American companies that do business in Russia with entities that are not necessarily on the sanction list? Would you like to see U.S. citizens not buy Russian products? Would you like to see U.S.-based CEOs not look for business in Russia?
We're not trying to hurt the people of Russia or the Russian people. We're trying to squeeze the financial system and sector to make sure there are significant consequences for the actions of the president. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So understanding there's no plans for Presidents Biden and Putin to speak, is there any line of communication between the White House and the Kremlin right now?
I don't have additional details on that at this point in time. Obviously, our national security team has a range of means of communicating with the Russians.
And should we take what you said earlier in your answer to mean that the president won't speak with Putin unless Putin de-escalates or withdraws?
Well, again, it's not the appropriate moment right now. I'm not going to give you a forever or never, because that's not how he feels. But they are actively invading Ukraine. They are moving on the capital. They are looking to overturn leadership. This is not the moment for President Biden to have a diplomatic conversation with President Putin.
On refugees, it's been noted that the EU response to Ukrainian refugees has been quite different to the response to refugees from other nations, and I wonder what the White House view is on that, given that some countries like Poland and Hungary were actively trying to keep out many refugees, largely from the Middle East.
Well, I don't think I have any further comment on that from here about the decisions of other countries and where they accept refugees from. What I can speak to is what our approach is here in the United States. And obviously we have welcomed with open arms tens of thousands of Afghan refugees. And certainly, while it may be, to go to the earlier question, that the majority of refugees from Ukraine go to Europe, we are certainly open to accepting refugees from Ukraine as well. That is our policy and our approach, and certainly what we will continue to implement.
Just following up on the question and your discussion of sanctioning oil and gas, and understanding that the president, in any decisions he makes around sanctions or any other actions he takes against Russia, is thinking about the American people. Is there a point at which he would consider doing that? Is that
like the energy sector?
Yeah, is the energy sector at some level on the table if Putin gets even more aggressive? And also, there are also some other countries that have worked for carve-outs, for instance, Italy and luxury goods. What is the U.S. view of those kinds of exceptions being made for things that are maybe a lot less essential, as much as we might like them, than oil and gas?
Speaking for yourself. So I would say on the energy sector, no option is off the table. But again, to go back to some of the principles here, our sanctions are designed to harm Russia's economy, not our economy. And that's a key balance that we're clearly trying to strike. And I think when Dilip has been in here a few times over the last week, he's conveyed we do risk assessments, right? And impact assessments, and that's a part of it. The other factor here on the energy sector is that starting out with energy could actually benefit President Putin and pad his pockets, because given high oil and gas prices, cutting off Russian oil and gas could drive prices up to Putin's benefit. So that's obviously a factor as well, but it's not off the table, but we look at a range of issues.
In terms of what other countries have fought as far as carve-outs or areas that they're not sanctioning, does the administration have a view of that?
I think, look, our focus right now is that we are working in close coordination and in lockstep with our European counterparts. It does not mean everything is identical. It is not identical. But what you have seen across the board is very strong, impactful sanctions that the shared hope is that they will have significant economic and financial consequences.
Does the administration have an estimate of how many Russian deaths or casualties there have been in Ukraine at this point?
I don't have that assessment from here. I don't expect we would have that assessment from here.
Ukrainians have this number 3,800 that they've been putting out, or 2,800 that they've been putting out today. Do you have any sense of the accuracy or the order of magnitude?
I don't have any assessment from here, and I don't anticipate we would. I know that the Department of Defense is doing regular or daily, nearly, briefings on kind of the movements and what they're seeing on the ground, but I don't believe even they were able to make an assessment of casualties earlier today.
One more quick question on the Supreme Court process. You mentioned 3 candidates that he interviewed in person. Just want to make sure, those the only 3 candidates he interviewed in person? Did he interview any candidates virtually?
Those are the candidates he interviewed.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead. Did you have another one?
No.
Okay.
No.
Go ahead. Go.
Thank you so much, Jen. Thank
Thank you. Jen, does the White House stand by the support you guys gave to Brazil to become a global partner and NATO after President Bolsonaro met last week with President Putin, and still President Bolsonaro didn't condemn the invasion?
Again, as I said in relation to a question a little bit earlier, I mean, our view and our push for every country in the world is to stand up in this moment and decide where you stand, where you want to be in history, as the history books look back. But that doesn't, I don't have anything in terms of our change of our view of our overarching relationship. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I just follow up on that question in terms of building a global coalition against
Yeah.
Russia, right? I mean, India, for example, a Quad member, it's the only Quad member that's not implementing export controls, for example. I think the president yesterday mentioned that that issue still hasn't been resolved. Is he planning to call Prime Minister Modi? I think Prime Minister Modi called President Putin yesterday. And just can you speak more broadly in terms of bringing all these other partners that maybe, you know, not in Europe, but, you know, the Quad, as well as perhaps ASEAN members who are pretty ambivalent and cautious about condemning the Russian invasion?
I would say some were, but I wouldn't say the majority were. And we continue to engage with the Indians, with other ASEAN partners on both what we're seeing on the ground, our continued condemnation of the actions of President Putin in Ukraine, and we will continue to push others to follow suit.
And just to follow up, Delta announced today that they're suspending code sharing with Aeroflot. Did the White House have anything to do with this decision? And are you urging other American companies to urge them to do the same?
That's a decision by a private sector company, so I don't have any more comment
More
on
on
it.
the State of the Union, Jen. Can you preview a little bit on the foreign policy portion of the President's State of the Union? I mean, obviously with the crisis in Ukraine, I know that you're not going to be able to preview that. But just in general, now with Ukraine, before that with the Afghanistan withdrawal, what can the President say to show that his foreign policy doctrine is succeeding?
Well, without previewing the State of the Union, which we'll do later this evening or later this weekend. Sorry, it's kind of all one day that's running together. We will do later this weekend, I expect. So look ahead to that, or we'll have more to say later this weekend. You know, it's also as it relates to Russia, Ukraine. You know, we are unfortunately still in the middle of this conflict, right? We are in the middle of an active invasion. So I just can't give you a preview of what that will look like in the State of the Union. As it relates to how the president views his approach to foreign policy, you know, the president has ran for president wanting to return America's seat at the world, wanting to return to a time where other leaders around the world could trust the word and the commitments of the United States. And what you have seen over the last few months is the president deliver on exactly that. He has been leading the effort in the world to stand up to Russia, stand up to the efforts, the aggression, the invasion of a sovereign country. While I'm not going to get into the specifics of what is going to be in the State of the Union, that's exactly what he said he would do when he was running. Go ahead.
So the president said he's doing everything he can to bring down energy prices,
Yeah.
gas prices here in the U.S. Is on the table then, or is he considering reversing some of the policies and regulations that they put into place that constricts the long-term supply of it to let Europe be more reliant on the U.S. for oil and natural gas?
You mean like LNG exports or something like that?
But also oil prices, allowing, opening up drilling again, reversing the ban on leases on federal lands?
Well, I think what's important to note here, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, is that there are a range of available oil leasing sites that oil companies are not utilizing. So you should ask them about that. You know the president's view on reducing our dependence on foreign oil, and actually his view is that this makes that case even stronger and diversifying the range of means of energy production everywhere around the world. As it relates to LNG exports, I don't have anything new on that. Our focus right now is on working with or engaging with a range of countries. I mentioned Japan yesterday, having conversations with others who may have the availability of supply, natural gas supply, that was coming from the United States to provide to Europe in this time where they need it. And we're seeing some encouraging developments on that front.
One more thing on OPEC. OPEC is making moves now to get ready to include Iranian oil if the U.S. is successful with the Iran nuclear deal. Would the president then welcome Iranian oil coming into the U.S. to lower gas prices?
Well, again, we're not quite at the point of a final deal on the nuclear deal, so we will talk about that if we get to that point. Let's see. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. You've talked a couple times about the U.S. engaging in diplomacy with Russia going forward. When he announced the sanctions today against Putin and Lavrov, the British Prime Minister told NATO leaders that there could be no normalization with Russia after the attack on Ukraine. Does this administration share that view?
Well, again, in this moment, I've conveyed pretty clearly the president has no intentions at this moment to engage with President Putin. He was just sanctioned. We just made a decision in coordination, in close lockstep with the Europeans, to sanction him ahead of state. That is a very rare step to take. And obviously, we've issued significant sanctions that cover 80% of the financial sector. So, no, we're not in a business as usual moment at this point in time. And obviously, de-escalation would help return us to a state where that could proceed.
Does the White House right now believe that President Zelensky is safe in Kyiv?
We are in close touch with him. While I'm not going to give you updates on his security state, certainly the president just spoke with him earlier today, and he continues to be the president of Ukraine. Go ahead.
Hi, in regards to the new CDC guidance on the pandemic,
Yeah.
which of course will then be the new Biden administration guidance, what will the message be to Americans in regards to these new metrics and the new guidance as to where we are in the pandemic?
Well, I would say if you look at the specific of them, we are moving. The president, we've talked a little bit about how we want to move to a time and a place where we are, have the tools needed so that COVID and the pandemic do not disrupt our daily lives. Obviously, there's more. The president's been talking to his COVID team about exactly that. This is a part of that process, and we're moving forward in that process. As a result of this announcement today and these updated recommendations, today more than half the country, 70% of Americans, live in areas where the CDC no longer recommends universal masking. Obviously, if people want to wear a mask because they're immunocompromised, because they have concerns about their safety in their communities, they should have the ability to do that. But that is certainly a step forward. So, this is part of that process, and I expect we'll have more to say soon.
Is there concern that this might imply or have folks think that then therefore the pandemic is over and can issue all caution? And then secondly, or kind of added on to that, are you confident that there will be an ability to reverse course if things get bad again?
Well, if nobody is saying it means it's over, including anybody who has a big platform, for example, then we're not concerned about that. That is not what we're conveying from here, right? What we are conveying from here and what the CDC is conveying is that America is in a stronger place today as a nation. We have more tools than ever before to protect ourselves from COVID-19, vaccination, boosters, treatments, testing, high-quality masks, improved ventilation. Over 200 million people are vaccinated. Nearly 100 million Americans have been boosted. And the CDC is providing public health guidance that has a couple of different clear levels so that people can understand what their recommendation is as it relates to wearing a mask. That's exactly what this is. There are still people dying every day of COVID. There are still immunocompromised populations. But what we are trying to work towards is a period of time where where COVID is not disrupting our daily lives. Go ahead.
Just wanted to know, you said that the president has done everything in his power. We've seen the sanctions, shoring up the NATO eastern flank, all of that, but no troops. You repeated that. Doesn't that also send the message to Vladimir Putin, clearly it hasn't stopped him, that other nations in the region that are not NATO members are also free game for him, since he's not going to have that stop?
Well, I don't think the crippling sanctions that the president has issued or approved, and we announced yesterday, that cover 80% of the financial sector, that are having an impact already on the financial sector there, or steps that the president has taken, including banning export controls, or steps he's taken to sanction oligarchs and to rally the world to take not only significant financial steps, but also to treat President Putin as a pariah, send a message that there's a free walk for anything. In fact, President Putin is isolating himself further. If his objective here is to, as his stated objective is to divide NATO, if his stated objective is to divide the West, it's having the opposite effect. So I don't think that would be our assessment.
But
Go ahead.
Can I just a quick question on cyber attacks?
Yeah.
The NATO Secretary General again said that he would view a cyber attack on a NATO member, this time talking about NATO members, as something that would be under Article 5. Is that the view of the United States also, that a cyber attack?
Yeah, I
on
answered
NATO
this yesterday, and I said that it would be up to NATO members to determine what that looks like and what any response would look like. Go ahead.
Has the president been in touch with, before or after the decision today, with Congressman Clyburn? He, of course, was a big booster.
Yeah, he called him this morning.
Thanks, Jen.
Oh, okay, one more, last one.
Thank you, Jen.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Jen. You've said that the U.S. will not go to war against Russia. Obviously, Russia is heavily armed. The U.S. is heavily armed, and I'm just wondering if we are not being pragmatic here with Russia. Have you not been pragmatic to recognize that it may not be in the interest of the U.S. for Ukraine to be a member of NATO, which is the key request from Russia?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Are you asking me if
in the interest of the U.S. for Ukraine to be a member of NATO?
it is up to every country to determine what alliances they want to join or not join, and that is not a pressure point we issue from the United States, and we think it's important for that to remain open.
That you are looking for a job at CNN or MSNBC?
I have more than enough on my plate here, and so you can't get rid of me quite yet. Sorry, Peter, for you on that. And so I will see you all on Monday. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
obviously. Okay, take care, Max. Trust me, mates, I'm not insane. Those are bunk beds. There's protection. You didn't get this guy in camera. You don't know who I was just talking to. One of the guys is Chinese. Tall, slim, well-built Chinese. The other guy is a pro-Russian from East Ukraine. I'm just going to a dorm, that's it. It's the staff, the gun, left.
Staff?
Yeah, gun.
Gun?
Left.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's better, are you in the dorm? You know dorm?
Dorm?
Yeah.
What is dorm?
Like bunk beds, like bed. Yeah, this is best, so you have protection. Cause,
I understand.
yeah, because if a bomb, it's either going to come down, this is how you die, it's come down, so this is why, you know, but I asked these two guys, they said, in room 2, they said, no, sleep. That's Ireland. That's fucking Ireland.
Georgia, please. Вот красавчик. Не бейся, нахера, тут вниз.
This is my country. What happened there? This is my... What was happening?
Я не знаю. А?
Путин же проезжал, да?
Нет.
You speak Ukrainian? Do you speak Ukrainian?
No, I speak English a little bit.
But do you speak Ukrainian? Oh yeah, okay, so. Guys, did you get that? That was a protest in Dublin. The must have been the Russian ambassador. That girl just said to me, don't worry, you will die very quick. Guys, that Chinese guy is just too relaxed. I don't know, what the fuck? Yeah, but a bunk bed is perfect. But maybe the door's open.
What's up? I'm sitting at home. Camera angle is not really good, and I have a really bright window right there. I don't know why the picture is coming in so poor. I don't know. Huh. But yeah, I'm at home watching these feeds. I have 2 separate full-page feeds, so I'll be watching them for a little bit. I don't think I'm going to be doing a show tonight. On Citizen Stringer at 6 o'clock, we're going to have Santilli on. I don't even know if you guys can. Actually, it looks like you can hear me. But at 6 o'clock, Santilli will be on until 9, and then I'll figure out something to play after that on Citizen Stringer. But for right now, I figure we'll just leave this live just on this one YouTube page to try to grow it a little bit, and then we'll go from there. Sorry, the picture's bad. I don't know why it is. It's grainy, right, on the video?
Thanks. Much. Appreciate it. Okay, Big Mama, I'll put on slow mode. Sorry, I just a bit stressed. Okay, Big Mama, I'll put on slow mode. Sorry, I just a bit stressed. Okay, Big Mama, I'll put on slow mode. Sorry, I just a bit stressed. Okay, Big Mama, I'll put on slow mode. Sorry, just a bit stressed. Um. Still waiting on the Americans and NATO. No sign of them. Still waiting on the Americans and NATO. No sign of them. Yeah, I can't find the slow mode button. That's like. If we all ran away, bloody Hitler would be in England now. If we all ran away, bloody Hitler would be. Yeah, this building is supposed to have a bomb shelter, but no one will communicate in English. I think the staff are actually in the bomb shelter. They fucked off. Maybe it's a really small. This is a hostel. This can hold 50 to 100 people. So they probably can't fit. Maybe I'm safer on my own. I'm not a threat. No talking about Bex. Yeah. Well observed. You're obviously military. You notice that. No, you need to be. You need to be monetized. You need to be monetized for super chat. Yeah, I'm up in the morning and going to Poland. Hit the like and subscribe button, guys. Thank you. No, I need to maybe I need to get to Poland somewhere tomorrow. Might stay in the hotel where the Sky News are and ask them how they're getting out. I will go for a walk soon. I just need to I'm a very suspicious person, always have been, but the staff have abandoned the hostel. It's basically there's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 people left in the hostel. A guy from Eastern Russia who speaks Russian, a Chinese guy, and another Russian speaker, and the girl. Why haven't they gone to the bomb shelter? They're in the lounge watching TV. Could be in a hostel with Russian sympathizers. The Chinese guy's name is, it doesn't matter what's his name. This is no joke now. I walking around, I could be shot by a Ukrainian. Sorry, Keita. I will call you, Keita, before midnight UK time. No, it's not. It's it's not the Chinese guy. Although he does make me nervous. BB, you're not far off. Not far off, to be honest with you. Must be a psychologist, that guy. Yeah. He's got a high emotional intelligence, this guy. Hopefully I return. Hopefully. Center, 1 kilometer. I know. Thank you, Men's. Fuck, I have to fucking get. Man, imagine how. I'm not comparing myself to Anne Frank, or but imagine the fear the Jews felt when the Nazis came for them. Oh no, not joking. You don't want to be wasting your energy. Bosnian farmer, gee. Paul Essex still up, Mike. If you can see, I don't think you see that light. That's a road into into the sea. I'm gonna go and join my Russian friend. One second. No, I grow up a lot. I can't help it. That's just the way it is. I just. Still laughing at that comment. I'm having a health crisis. I decided to go for a walk in a war zone. I'm laughing because I forgot I'm alive. I was going to say something. Where's Stuart Kennedy from? So, Stuart Kennedy, where are you from? Thank you, Melissa, but are you in Kiev? Beep, beep.
Member state is not
How's it going?
acceptable in the world today. We are also deeply concerned with Russia's decision to engage troops in military operations on the ground and with the loss of lives and danger to the civilian population that may ensue. We continue to hold a firm conviction that threats and force will not lead this crisis to a lasting settlement. Military action will inflict damage, undermine the faith in international law, and put the lives of millions of people into jeopardy. The mission of the Security Council is not over. If our efforts have so far failed to prevent a war, it is our duty to persevere and seek the immediate suspension of hostilities. We should strive to find ways to restore peace to Ukraine and the whole region. We renew our appeal for the full cessation of hostilities, for the withdrawal of troops, and for the immediate resumption of diplomatic dialogue. There is no alternative to negotiation to solve the present crisis. The security concerns voiced by the Russian Federation in the past few years, particularly regarding the strategic balance in Europe, do not give Russia the right to threaten the territorial integrity and sovereignty of another state. The Security Council has a legitimacy to debate and, with the goodwill of all, adopt measures to redress this dangerous situation. The collective security system of the United Nations rests ultimately on the pillar of international law. The sovereign equality and the territorial integrity of UN member states are not hollow words. It is our duty to give concrete meaning to the high aspirations of the drafters of the UN Charter. That is our most valuable legacy. To rid ourselves from the scourge of war was the very reason for the establishment of the United Nations. In the end, peace and international order must prevail. We shall not rest until this mission is accomplished. I thank you, Mr. President.
Спасибо.
Thank you. I now will put the draft resolution to the vote. I request that those voting in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S2022-155 to raise their hands.
Кто против?
Those against?
Кто воздержался?
Abstentions?
Результаты.
The result of the voting is as follows. 11 votes in favor, 1 vote against, 3 abstentions. The draft resolution has not been adopted owing to the negative vote of a permanent member of the Security Council. I now give the floor to those members of the Security Council who wish to deliver statements after the vote. I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Dear colleagues, we deeply regret the decision of the Russian Federation to veto the resolution. The Council lost a precious opportunity to show to the world its unity, its power, its usefulness. Instead, it was blocked, it was taken hostage. We are disappointed but not surprised, and this is not the end of our efforts. We will continue to work with the UN member states, with those who stand for rules and not chaos, with those who base their relations with others on respect and not contempt. We will continue to condemn this aggression, call for ending this senseless war. Russia may inflict damage, kill people, overthrow a legitimate government, try to destroy Ukraine, but as history teaches, it will never be able to kill freedom. Instead, Russia will be held responsible for the consequences of its actions. It is already facing worldwide condemnation. It will face sanctions, as we heard, and restrictions, just like the suspension of its rights in the Council of Europe today. But it will not be able to destroy European security, nor will it be able to throw the world back. We stand and will stand with Ukraine. And as announced today by Prime Minister Rama, Albania, in its tradition, is ready, if needed, to shelter Ukrainians fleeing the war. In conclusion, let me reiterate that Albania supports the sovereignty, territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. And I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Colleagues, not surprisingly, Russia exercised its veto power today in an effort to protect Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, unjustified, and unconscionable war in Ukraine. But let me make one thing clear. Russia, you cannot veto this resolution. You can veto this resolution, but you cannot veto our voices. You cannot veto the truth. You cannot veto our principles. You cannot veto the Ukrainian people. You cannot veto the UN Charter. And you will not veto accountability. Responsible members of this Security Council have stood together today in the face of Russia's aggression, and we will continue to stand with Ukraine, supporting it in every way we can. We are united behind Ukraine and its people, Despite a reckless, irresponsible permanent member of the Security Council abusing its power to attack its neighbor and subvert the UN and our international system. This vote showed which countries truly believe in supporting the core principles of the UN and which ones deploy them as convenient catchphrases. This vote showed which Security Council members support the UN Charter and which ones do not. We will be addressing this matter in the General Assembly, where the Russian veto does not apply, and the nations of the world can, will, and should hold Russia accountable and stand in solidarity with Ukraine.
Is Betty from Belfast? You from Belfast?
Before I conclude, I want to commend the true and tremendous courage we are seeing from the Ukrainian people. I want to thank the Ukrainian permanent representative who is here with us today. Earlier today, President Biden spoke with President Zelensky and personally commended the brave actions of the Ukrainian people who are fighting to defend their country. He also conveyed ongoing economic, humanitarian, and security support being provided by the United States, as well as our continued effort to rally other countries to provide similar assistance. It's hard to imagine what it must feel like to see tanks rolling into your city, to see bombs dropped on your streets, to see soldiers storm your parks and your gardens. But in the face of all of this, everyday Ukrainian people are taking extraordinary actions to protect their children, to protect their country, to defend everything they hold dear. I also want to commend the courage of the thousands of people in Russia who are protesting Putin's war, despite grave risks to their personal safety. They will keep chanting, "No war." They will keep asking how many Russian lives Putin wants to sacrifice for his cynical ambitions. As we move forward, I hope more member states take their cues from this courage and honor all of this bravery with more of our own. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Mr. President, India is deeply disturbed by the recent turn of developments in Ukraine. We urge that all efforts are made for the immediate cessation of violence and hostilities. No solution can ever be arrived at the cost of human lives. We are also deeply concerned about the welfare and security of the Indian community, including a large number of Indian students in Ukraine. The contemporary global order has been built on the UN Charter, international law, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. All member states need to honor these principles in finding a constructive way forward. Dialogue is the only answer to settling differences and disputes, however daunting that may appear at this moment. It is a matter of regret that the path of diplomacy was given up. We must return to it. For all these reasons, India has chosen to abstain on this resolution. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Colleagues, a large majority of the Council has just voted in favour of a resolution aimed at stopping war. The resolution has not been adopted only because of the single veto of the permanent member of this Council who is perpetrating that conflict. Russia claims that its invasion of Ukraine is in self-defense. This is absurd. Russia's only act of self-defense is the vote they have cast against this resolution. Make no mistake, Russia is isolated. it has no support for the invasion of Ukraine. History will record how we voted today and which countries stood up to be counted in defence of the Charter and the sovereignty
Born in
and
Ireland, lived in the
territorial
UK.
integrity of Ukraine. The United Kingdom stands steadfast in support of the Ukrainian people and will hold Russia accountable for its aggression. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
President, Norway voted in favor of the draft resolution. We deeply regret Russia's veto. Preventing an ending act of aggression is a direct responsibility of this Council. A veto cast by the aggressor undermines the purpose of the Security Council. It is a violation of the very foundation of the UN Charter. Furthermore, in the spirit of the Charter, Russia as a party should have abstained from voting on this resolution. On Wednesday, as we sat here in the Council chamber, we could see the shocking first images of what now amounts to a full-scale Russian invasion of a free and independent UN member state. We can only imagine the hardship the people of Ukraine is going through. With their tanks, missiles, bombs, planes, warships, and cyber attacks, the Russian Federation's aggression not only violates the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, it also constitutes a serious breach of international peace and security. Russia has disregarded the very core principle of the rule-based world order that the United Nations has stood for since the Second World War. Let me be absolutely clear. Norway insists that the Russian Federation immediately, completely, and unconditionally stops all fighting and withdraws all of its forces from the territory of Ukraine. Russia must respect the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. Norway expresses full solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the face of Russian aggression. Indeed, we already see the dire consequences for civilians, with casualties and injuries of large numbers of children, women, and men. We fear increased suffering in the time ahead, with potentially large numbers of casualties and extensive destruction of civilian infrastructure, such as schools, medical facilities, water, and electricity plants. We see fighting unfolding in and around urban areas. We are deeply concerned about the long-term and protracted harm to the civilian population caused by such warfare, including by the use of heavy explosive weapons. We already see mass displacement. This will only increase, together with trauma, family separation, and missing persons. The situation is a tragedy, both for individuals and the Ukrainian society at large. The parties to the conflict in Ukraine must comply with their obligation under international law, including human rights law and international humanitarian law, and ensure the protection of the civilian population and detainees. Space for neutral and impartial and independent humanitarian action must be protected to ensure safe, rapid, and unimpeded humanitarian access to those in need. We condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. This Council must now carry out the great responsibility of its mandate and act in a determined and united manner to stop the ongoing aggression against a UN member state. We also condemn Belarus for facilitating these attacks. Norway will join our allies and partners in swift and concrete countermeasures. This includes the alignment of Norway to the intensified sanctions of the European Union. Let me conclude by reiterating Norway's unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Mr. President, Ireland voted in favour of the draft resolution presented by the United States and Albania in response to the flagrant violation of the UN Charter, of international law, and of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation has turned its back on diplomacy. It has spurned genuine offers of dialogue and rejected repeated calls from the international community for de-escalation. Instead, it has launched an unjustified and unprovoked attack on Ukraine, an attack that continues today to rain death and destruction on Ukraine and its people. We condemn these actions outright. In casting our vote today, we do so in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine. This Council has a responsibility to act in the face of conflict, to protect international peace and security, to uphold the principles the world agreed upon in response to the utter devastation of the Second World War. This is not a responsibility that Ireland takes lightly, yet it is one that we were prevented from discharging today in spite of the clear and declared will of the great majority of this Council's members. Mr. President, we deeply regret the use of the veto today by the Russian Federation. The veto is an anachronism which has no place in today's world. The use of the veto to block Council action is always unacceptable. Its use today in blatant defence of military aggression is reprehensible. However, the veto in no way obscures the plain facts of Russian aggression against Ukraine, nor will it hinder the international community's response to Russia's blatant breaches of international law, as demonstrated by the broad co-sponsorship of today's resolution by the wider UN membership. In this context, Ireland strongly supports the comprehensive sanctions announced by the European Union yesterday. We stand ready to support further measures if Russia does not reverse course. Mr. President, the unfolding horror of recent days is a tragedy for the people of Ukraine, and one which evokes nightmares that the people of Europe fervently hoped had been consigned to a blood-stained history. Only dialogue and diplomacy offer escape from these nightmares. We call on Russia to end its aggression against Ukraine today, to turn away from war and choose the path of dialogue and diplomacy. This is the right path, and the time to take it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président.
President, at this time, Russian missiles are killing civilians, bombing cities, destroying essential infrastructure, with the sole goal of making Ukraine a vassal state. These are goals of rebuilding the Russian Empire. Ukraine is the victim of a premeditated aggression initiated by the President of Russia. Nothing can ever justify this. No member of the Council supports it. The result of the vote is clear. Russia is alone. France welcomes the mobilization of all members of this Council who, by voting in favor of the resolution, expressed their commitment to international law and their support for Ukraine. We condemn the use of the veto by Russia, vetoing efforts to restore peace and international order. Russia is riding roughshod over its responsibilities as a permanent member of the Security Council. it is manipulating the United Nations Charter, violating the most basic principles therein. President, within the UN and in all bodies, France will continue to mobilize with its partners to support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ghana voted in favor of the draft resolution on the situation in Ukraine, which did not pass, because that is the minimum duty we owe to the Charter, the peoples of the world, and in particular the government and people of Ukraine as a member of this Council. We joined the 10 other members of the Council in seeking to deploy in the strongest terms the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine, because that act breaches Russia's obligation as a member of the United Nations. Its obligation to respect the provisions of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter. By not refraining from the use of force in its relations with Ukraine, the Russian Federation had chosen to violate without justification the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, even as several world leaders had appealed for dialogue to find a peaceful settlement of the situation. The Russian Federation's actions, which have assailed the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, have threatened the global order and the balance of peace and security. We have also taken note of the Russian Federation's letter presented to the Council that seeks to indicate that its use of force against Ukraine was in self-defense, but dismiss it in the face of its all-out military action against Ukraine. We are pained by the unnecessary and rising number of deaths that have been occasioned by the invasion, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukraine and to recommit to dialogue and diplomacy. Besides our own assessment that Ukraine presented no imminent threat to the Russian Federation, the letter is also interpreted within the context of Russia's own public declarations over the course of the past days, which have shown to the world that rather than a security merit, this has been about the use of force against its weaker neighbor because it could. At the beginning of its military build-up on the borders of Ukraine, we were told that what was being observed was a normal military exercise. When concerns over the massive build-up were made, the Russian Federation informed the world that its troops were on its side of the borders and had no intention of crossing the frontiers of Ukraine. At a point, we were also informed that troops were being considered to be sent to the Donbas region of Ukraine in the context of peacekeeping. Today, the whole world knows better, as we met in an emergency session on Wednesday night to afford yet another opportunity for peace. The trust and good faith crucial for diplomatic engagement was broken in a cruel and dismissive manner. The battle against Kiev may yet be won, but the goodwill of the world has been lost. The use of force as a basis for secure international agreement has no place in our modern international order, and the world cannot accept this. Ghana is deeply disappointed by the actions of the Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council. Its actions have fallen short of the higher standards expected of all those states that are considered as the enduring guardians of international peace and security. Indeed, for those members of the Council with a special privilege, there is also special responsibility. I reiterate Ghana's full support for the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine in accordance with the Charter. At a time that the world looked up to the Council to send a strong message that threats and use of force against other states are unacceptable, we have been unable to do so, not because there is no broad agreement to do so, but because the way and manner the Security Council has been structured to function has constrained us. The present situation creates difficult choices, which we all must consider and carefully reflect upon as we proceed with the long-standing efforts to reform the United Nations Security Council and how it operates. Fortunately, the ongoing process in the General Assembly provides an opportunity, and all member states must genuinely commit to that process. If we fail to act proactively, our inactions would cost us permanently. Before concluding, let me indicate Ghana's continuing concern over the situation of the civilian populations in all parts of the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, as well as the welfare of more than 1,000 Ghanaian students and several nationals in that country. We recall that in accordance with international humanitarian law, there are consequences for unlawful actions against civilian populations. Also, as the Secretary General rightly said in his press engagement on Wednesday night, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia would come at great cost to most of our countries. Already, oil prices have gone beyond $100. Inflation in most of our countries have begun to rise. Investment decisions are being pulled back. The already difficult situation of economic stagnation triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic is beginning to worsen. The consequences of these adverse developments is that the fragility of most of our countries will deepen and further risk created for global stability. The actions that have taken place against Ukraine are therefore far-reaching and require even greater solidarity. First, with the people of Ukraine who bear the direct and immediate impact of this unjustified action that violates the Charter and the principles of international law, but also for the many, especially developing countries, whose populations are facing severe austerity. May we find the wisdom and common purpose to overcome the difficult moment we face. Ours is the call for peace. Let's give peace still yet a chance. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, Brazil regrets that the Security Council was unable to react to a breach of international peace and security that is still happening as we speak. During the negotiations, Brazil favored a text that could maintain space for dialogue among all the parties, while sending a decisive message for respect to international law and to the basic principles that for more than 75 years have saved us from a war of wide proportions. We thank the proponents for their flexibility in several aspects of the draft during the negotiations. Mr. President, the framing of the use of force against Ukraine as an act of aggression in the draft, a precedent that has seldom been used in this Council, signals to the world the gravity of the situation, but could also downplay other times when force was used against the territorial integrity of member states with no equivalent reaction from the Council. Indeed, we could have ended up with a text that is more conducive to reconciliation. Brazil has fought for that. However, under the current circumstances, not even a different text would have been enough to allow the Council to fulfill its responsibility to maintain international peace and security today. No country, elected or non-elected, with or without veto power, should be able to use force against the territorial integrity of another state with no Council reaction. The Council's paralysis, when world peace is at stake, could lead to its irrelevance when we need it most. It is our collective responsibility not to allow this to happen. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. The serious developments in Ukraine, we all agree, undermine regional and international peace and security. And throughout this crisis, my country has consistently called for de-escalation and dialogue.
we placed great hope in the various diplomatic initiatives and channels aimed at resolving the crisis, and those calls reflected our alarm at the consequences of this crisis for civilians present in Ukraine, as well as for the region and for the international community. And we emphasize the importance of ensuring that humanitarian assistance reaches those in need and call on all parties to respect international humanitarian law, prioritize the protection of civilians, and allow for the unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance. We further believe that every member state of the United Nations has the right to security, sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Being from the Middle East, we are intimately aware of the critical importance of a stable regional security environment and of de-escalation, diplomacy, and dialogue as the basis for that security. Similarly, we understand from experience and share the need for inclusive and consultative processes. We support the draft resolution's emphasis on the need to adhere to the principles of international law and to the Charter of the United Nations. And that must be the basis of the resumption of dialogue and the pathway forward now that that resolution has not been adopted. The UAE restates its commitment to the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of all member states of the United Nations. We urge for immediate de-escalation and cessation of hostilities, and we once more underscore our readiness to work with members of this Council towards that goal. The results of this vote were a foregone conclusion, but the avenues for dialogue and diplomacy must remain open more urgently than ever before, and we must pursue them together. This is the clear sentiment that this Council is united on. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Mr. President, Kenya has voted in favor of the draft resolution to affirm Article 2 of the United Nations Charter that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. We voted yes to register our opposition to the breaching of the territorial integrity of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. We voted with hearts that are heavy with sympathy for the people of Ukraine. We offer our condolences to all the Ukrainian families that have suffered the devastating loss of loved ones to this unnecessary war. Our affirmative vote today transcends the tragedy unfolding in Ukraine. We voted yes, also having in mind the justifications for past interventions by other powerful states using resolutions from this very Council that seriously compromised international peace and security. Even as deserved condemnations ring out today about the breach of Ukraine's sovereignty, history's condemnations are a loud silence in this room. We cannot help but recall that Africa's Sahel region is in terrible turmoil due to the hasty and ill-considered intervention in Libya a decade ago. On that occasion, the African Union sought more time for diplomacy. Its counsel was ignored, and what resulted was not peace or the safety and security of the Libyan people. Instead, terror was unleashed on African peoples in the countries to the south of Libya. There have been yet other actions of similar magnitude that have brought us to this unfortunate pass. Today, the precious fabric of our charter lies torn and trampled and threatened with further harm if there is no urgent and visionary leadership with a faith in diplomacy pushing in the opposite direction. If the United Nations Charter could speak for itself, it would vote for this resolution to affirm its central role in safeguarding our collective peace. It would remind all members of the Security Council and the United Nations that the Charter contains the tools for the pacific settlement of their disputes by negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, judicial settlement, resort to regional agencies or arrangements or other peaceful means of their own choice. By failing to adopt this resolution, we deeply regret that the Security Council has failed to stop the infringement of the sovereignty of a member of the United Nations. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, China is deeply concerned about the latest developments of the situation in Ukraine. Now it has come to such a point which we do not want to see. China always forms its own position on the basis of the merits of the matter at hand. We believe that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states should be respected and that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld. We have always called on all parties to seek reasonable solutions to address each other's concerns through peaceful means on the basis of equality and mutual benefit. We welcome and encourage all efforts for a diplomatic solution, and we support the Russian Federation and Ukraine in resolving the issue through negotiations. In the past week, the Security Council has held 2 emergency meetings, and all parties have fully elaborated on their positions and concerns on the current situation. At present, faced with a highly complex and sensitive situation, the Security Council should make a necessary response. At the same time, such a response should also be taken with great caution. All actions should be truly conducive to defusing the crisis, rather than adding fuel to fire. If not handled properly and treated by bending oneself on exerting pressure and imposing sanctions, it may only lead to more casualties, more property loss, a more complicated and chaotic situation, and more difficulties in bridging differences. It may completely shut the door to a peaceful solution, and eventually, it is the vast number of innocent people that will be the victims. We must draw profound lessons from the extremely painful experience in the past. Based on the above mentioned, China abstained in the vote just now. I wish to stress that the issue of Ukraine is not something that only emerged today, nor did the current situation occur suddenly overnight. It is the result of the interplay of various factors over a long period of time. China advocates a common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security concept, believing, as it does, that the security of one country cannot come at the cost of undermining the security of other nations, and that much less can regional security be secured through group strengthening and, from that matter, group expansion. Against the backdrop of 5 successive rounds of NATO expansion, Russia's legitimate security aspirations should be given attention and addressed properly. Ukraine should become a bridge between the East and the West, not an outpost for confrontation between major powers. We strongly call upon all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint, ease tensions, avoid civilian casualties, the final settlement of the Ukraine crisis still requires abandoning the Cold War mentality, giving full attention and respect to the legitimate security concerns of all countries, and conducting negotiations to build a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. We urge all parties to return immediately to the track of diplomatic negotiations and political settlement, show sincerity and goodwill, make a political decision, and engage in dialogue and consultation for a comprehensive settlement of the Ukraine issue. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I shall now deliver a statement in my capacity as the representative of the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation voted against the anti-Russian and anti-Ukrainian draft resolution of the Security Council that was submitted today. Why is it anti-Russian? I think that there is no need to explain. Why it suffices to have merely cast a cursory glance at the text. Why is it anti-Ukrainian? This is because the document, beyond any doubt, runs counter to the fundamental interest of the Ukrainian people insofar as it is an attempt to salvage and cement in Ukraine that system of power which brought the country to the point of tragedy, which has now been ongoing for at the very least 8 years now. We thank those who did not support this draft. I will not respond to those who just accuse the Russian Federation of abusing the veto right. Well, the main reason for our negative vote is not the fact that there is what is included in the draft, but what is left out. If its sponsors were to attempt to make it even remotely balanced, then they would not have left out issues which must be addressed and cannot be overlooked in the context of the Ukrainian problem. Specifically, they would not. What was left out is the fact that those who assumed and seized power as a result of the anti-constitutional coup in Kiev in February 2014, I refer to the Maidan junta, the way that they unleashed a war against the residents of the country's east, shelling residential areas with artillery pieces and multiple rocket launchers, raining bombs on the people of Donetsk and Lugansk. What was left out was the way that the Ukrainian authorities, with the encouragement of their Western patrons, consistently and cynically shirked their responsibility to implement the Minsk agreements, the linchpin of which was direct dialogue with the residents of the country's east. At the same time, what was positioned on the line of contact, the deployment of Ukrainian death squads comprised largely of radical neo-Nazi battalions, methodically, day after day, shelled the residential areas of DPR and LPR, killing women, children, and the elderly. And incidentally, this is ongoing today. Just today, 4 civilians died as a result of the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces. And how can we fail to mention the blood-chilling crimes by the Ukrainian nationalists as perpetrated over the past 8 years? The fact that the protesters against Maidan in Odessa were burned alive. The fact that peaceful protesters in Maidan were shot at by unknown snipers. The investigation into both of these tragedies is something that has been deliberately swept under the rug by the Maidan regime. At the same time, the culprits in the Odessa tragedy are well known. They are openly flaunting their presence. And yet an alternative investigation and the recognition by the snipers themselves unambiguously confirms that the slaughter on at Independence Square was a provocation by the leaders of Maidan. We specifically last year carried out an informal Security Council meeting, an ARIA formula meeting, on both of these issues with the aim of sharing with Security Council colleagues more information about this. And yet in response, at best, what we heard from Western partners were merely hackneyed cliches about so-called Russian propaganda. How can there be a resolution on the Ukrainian issue without these above-mentioned issues being mentioned? It would have been wise to include in the draft an honest assessment of the role of Western colleagues in inflating this Ukrainian crisis. Not only did they stand behind the Maidan coup, but they also effectively issued a carte blanche to Kiev to carry out any acts, any steps that would be unthinkable for any civilized state. And this includes the egregious discrimination against the Russian language and consequently Russian language speakers. This includes glorification of Hitler's henchmen aligned alongside the prohibition on processions to honor the real heroes of Ukraine who freed it of Nazism as well as the religious schism in that country. As you spin tales about the triumph of democracy in Ukraine, the Maidan authorities and nationalists have been, with impunity, murdering their political opponents. They have been persecuting the opposition. They have been shuttering opposition television channels where it was possible to at least have some small dose of relatively objective information. 6 of those television channels were shuttered under President Zelensky alone. And how can we fail to mention the fact that weapon has been flooded with weapons that were used then to kill civilians in Donbass? You have made Ukraine a pawn in your geopolitical game with no concern whatsoever about the interests of the Ukrainian people. Responsibility for what is transpiring at present lies not only with the Ukrainian government, but it also lies at your feet, ladies and gentlemen. And today's draft resolution, your draft resolution, is nothing other than yet another brutal, inhumane move in this Ukrainian chessboard. Colleagues, today, all Western media outlets have been inundated with reports about how civilian populations in Kiev and a host of other Ukrainian cities have been seeking shelter in bomb shelters, and they are fighting for their lives and fleeing artillery fire. We are genuinely empathize with our neighbors, and we urge them not to yield to provocation. President Putin and the Russian Defense Ministry explicitly stated and clearly stated that there would be no strikes targeting civilian infrastructure, but nationalists are already using civilians as human shields. Specifically, we categorically condemn the placement by nationalists in residential areas of artillery and multiple rocket launchers. This is a direct breach of the norms of international humanitarian law, including Articles 51 and 58 to the first additional protocol of the Geneva Conventions. We see the way the situation is being exploited in propagandistic exercises by Western politicians and media outlets. I would like to ask you, where were you 8 years ago? Why were you unmoved when there was murder and artillery strikes in Donbass? Why didn't you even bother to notice that there are more than 4 million people living in DPR and in LPR who at best were branded pro-Russian separatists? Why didn't you repudiate Poroshenko when he said that the residents of Donbass would rot in basements? Or Zelensky, why didn't you repudiate him when they called them non-people and specimens? Parenthetically, I cannot but note that at the height of propaganda, our colleagues very frequently use imagery from Donbass, brandishing them as alleged consequences of the so-called Russian aggression in Ukraine. These kinds of fakes are abundant and proliferating today. They have flooded the internet and a number of Telegram channels. And there are videos of alleging Russian strikes targeting residential areas, which were filmed in other parts of the world and have nothing to do with Ukraine. This was mentioned today by the British Broadcasting Company, the BBC, having issued an article, Ukraine Conflict, Many Misleading Images Have Been Shared Online. Everything is there. There are photographs of parades, photographs of American aircraft which bombed Libya, and photographs from Syria, and even an explosion in Beirut, which is being portrayed as what is transpiring in Ukraine. I will send this article to you, distinguished members of the Security Council, separately. And specifically, I wish to turn to my French, British, and American colleagues. The permanent representative of France said that in Ukraine, what is taking place is the murder of civilians. That is untrue. Russian troops are not bombing Ukrainian cities. And we said that they are not threatened by anything. There is no verifiable confirmation whatsoever about the deaths of civilians. The permanent representative of the United Kingdom, I would note that what you are portraying as alleging that Russian military pieces are targeting civilians. I saw the reports today, and I would like to report that you can see from the videos that this is a heavy tank piece, which is called Strela 10, Arrow 10. And this is in the possession of the Ukrainian armed forces. The Russian military does not have this kind of equipment. They are obsolete. This is the kind of fake pieces of information that you are using. Our U.S. colleagues, I would note that this, with respect to the alleged bombing of the kindergarten, that too is fake. Of course, it is difficult for us to compete with the United States in terms of the number of invasions targeting their neighbors. I will refrain from listing out the aggressions carried out by the United States in their history, but you are in no position to moralize. To conclude, I wish to emphasize we are not waging a war against Ukraine or the Ukrainian people. We are carrying a special operation against nationalists and for the protection of the residents of Donbass, for denazification and for demilitarization. These objectives will soon be achieved, and the Ukrainian people will gain an opportunity to once again independently determine their future, and in so doing to live in peace, good neighborliness, and cooperation with all of their neighbors. I now resume my duties as a president of the Security Council, and I give the floor to the representative of the United States for additional remarks.
Colleagues, I asked to take the floor for a different reason, and so I'm not going to respond to the atrocious lies and propaganda and misinformation that you just heard from our Russian colleague. What I asked to take the floor for was to recall the names of some of our colleagues who were not named earlier due to the rapidly moving response to these events in Ukraine. Some of them were left off, who were sponsors of the resolution, and I'd just like to highlight their names because we so appreciate what they have done. Barbados, Croatia, Estonia, the Gambia, Grenada, Haiti, Jamaica, Japan, Kiribati, Lesotho, Marshall Islands, Monaco, North Macedonia, Palau, Papua New Guinea, and Suriname. I want to thank you and all of you for your support. We will continue to all speak in one voice in the days ahead to address the atrocious situation that we see happening every day on the ground, despite what we've heard from our Russian colleagues. I now thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Distinguished members of the Security Council, I will not dignify the Russian diabolical script that is rather a letter of application for an upscale seat in the hell by commenting it. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the parents of every ambassador here, to thank the people of the democratic nations who put these ambassadors in their seats, to tell the children of those ambassadors that they should be proud of their parents, that they have voted in favor of the resolution. I thank my good friend Nicolas from France, Rolando from Brazil, my good friend Hajar from Albania, Linda, Barbara, Mona, my good friend from Mexico, Martin from Kenya, Ireland, Ghana, Gabon. I thank dozens and dozens of co-sponsors who would vote in favor of their resolution should they have a chance to vote, but they will have this chance in days to come. The draft recalls the obligation of all states under Article 2 of the UN Charter to refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The draft called on Russia to stop its offensive against Ukraine. And the memories are very fresh. The Security Council was discussing the ways to prevent the war quite recently in this very chamber. And at the very same moment, deadly airstrikes were dropped on civilian heads across my country. And the Russian troops crossed the Ukrainian border from the territory of Russia. The territory of Belarus was used for missile attacks, and the troops were marching from the occupied parts of the Ukraine's Donbass and Crimea. Last night was the most horrific for Kiev since, just imagine, 1941, when it was attacked by Nazis. Last night was attacked by someone who pretends they are fighting with neo-Nazism. Therefore, I'm not surprised that Russia voted against. Russia is keen on continuing its Nazi-style course of action. The Kremlin regime should not be called Russian regime. The Kremlin regime should be called Russist regime. A couple of hours ago, my president said, and I quote, "Tonight, the enemy will use all the forces at their disposal to break our resistance, vile, cruel, and inhuman. Tonight, they will storm. We must all understand what awaits us. We have to persevere tonight. The fate of Ukraine is being decided right now," end of quote. We just heard something that the Russian ambassador wanted to present as assurances from himself and from his leadership that it's all provocation. And that he urged us not to yield to provocations. Do you remember how many times he said that, and his deputies said in this very room that there will be no invasion, no attacks? Do you remember how, during the previous session, he was walking out of the chamber, trying to call someone, not knowing what was going on? How we can trust you? How we can trust your assurance? You have no idea what is on the mind of your president. Your words have less value than a hole in the New York pretzel. The Russian Federation that occupied by treachery the seat of the Security Council member in 1991 violates daily not only the Charter, but also the provisional rules of procedure of this Council. Because if Russia did not violate the provisional rules, then Mr. Nebenzia had to follow Article Rule 20. Let me quote. I begin the quote. "For the proper fulfillment of the responsibilities of the presidency, he should not preside over the Council during the consideration of a particular question with which the member he represents," that's the Russian Federation, "is directly connected. He," the rule reads, "shall indicate his decision to the Council not to preside. So since the Council is not ruled by the current presidency by rules, I will be probably also unruly. And I will ask all of you to dedicate a moment of complete silence to pray or to meditate if you do not believe in God, for peace, to pray for souls of those who has been already killed, for souls of those who may be killed. And I invite the Russian ambassador to pray for salvation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us spend a moment in a complete silence.
I do apologize, but before moving to a moment of silence, I want to include in the list those people who perished over all these years in Donbass. They also are worthy of being mentioned. All human lives are valuable. Let's not forget them either.
But let's, ladies and gentlemen, spend a moment in complete silence. Thank you. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me continue with my statement. I'm saddened, however, that there is a small handful of members that seem to be still tolerating the war. Any complex historical context could not be used to justify what is going on. And I may say to some, it is exactly the safety of your nationals right now in Ukraine that you should be the first to vote to stop the war, to save your nationals in Ukraine, and not to think about whether you should or should not vote because of the safety of your nationals. Nothing could justify missile shellings of kindergarten and an orphanage, hospitals that happened today. And in fact, one of my relatives got a stroke a couple of days ago, and the person cannot be evacuated even to the shelter because the person is not movable. So the person is in the hospital in the city of Kiev. These attacks are war crimes and violations of the Rome Statute, whether you party to it or not. We are collecting these and other facts and will immediately send them to The Hague. And responsibility is inevitable. Nothing could justify today's deliberate shelling by a Russian warship of a Moldovan flagged chemical tanker with the Russian crew. Imagine. Or a Panamanian flag cargo ship near Odessa port in the Black Sea. It is a flagrant violation of international law of the sea. Is it a time to discuss historical reflections against the backdrop of the alarming situation in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, seized by the Russian armed groups? They detain the staff of the nuclear power plant, not allowing them to rotate as required by technical safety rules. Another matter of alarm that the control levels of gamma radiation, those rates in the exclusion zone, have already been exceeded because of the damage of the topsoil due to the movement of a large number of heavy military equipment, including tanks. And as a result, there is contamination by radioactive dust. Dear Security Council members, as of previous night, midnight, almost 140 persons were killed on the Ukrainian side and 316 persons wounded during the first day of the Russian invasion. Many objects of civilian infrastructure were ruined. To stop the advance of the Russian tanks, a young gentleman, a hero, blew himself on a bridge. He killed himself to destroy the bridge, not to let the Russian tanks to go ahead. But the destruction takes place not only in cities. 80% of infrastructure of the small town of Shestya, located on the government-controlled part of Donbass, have been completely destroyed, according to the local administration. Occasionally, the name of the town is translated as happiness, but actually the name of the town. Счастье, happiness. What a grotesque irony. It speaks volumes what kind of happiness the Russian Federation is bringing to Donbass, to Ukraine, to other nations. Sooner or later, if we continue to allow Russia to go ahead with its diabolical plan. And rest assured, Ambassador, there will be no hospitality to your troops on our territory. Ukraine has been executing its right for self-defense according to the Article 51. It's not the Russia that executes. Your perverse reading of the Charter is so sick that it's impossible to interpret. Calling occupational troops peacekeepers, claiming the right of self-defense, lunacy. The Russian troops are suffering heavy losses. Aircraft, helicopters, tanks, trucks, and most importantly, personnel. You can stop the vote in this chamber. But what may stop the war is unfortunately the bodies and thousands of bodies of Russian soldiers that will be delivered to their mothers in Russia, whether you like it or not, because we have to defend our territories, we have to defend ourselves on our territory. Thousands of Ukrainians have already joined the Ukrainian army or territorial defense forces. and the resolve and dedication of civilians joining the territorial defense forces is the best proof that we will not surrender, even if you succeed to temporarily occupy additional chunks of our territory. Ukraine has broken diplomatic relations with Russia, something that had to be done 8 years ago. We call on our partners to follow our example or to find other ways to sever relationships, diplomatic relationships with Russia. We call on international organizations to ban or suspend Russia's membership. The latter has happened today, in fact, as the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, by overwhelming majority, I mean, it's almost like consensus, adopted the decision to suspend the Russian Federation from its rights of representation in the Committee of Ministers and in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. In the first place, you shouldn't have been invited to the Council of Europe. You were invited to the Council of Europe, this temple of human rights, in the middle of the Chechen War. In the very middle of the Chechen War, even before the Khasavyurt agreements. For hypocritical political reasons, the Europeans then were of the opinion that it's better to invite you, and you were invited in the middle of the war, killing thousands and thousands of your own citizens in Chechnya. We count upon the proper reaction by the international community to medieval atrocities by Russia in Ukraine. For today, a number of countries have already imposed sanctions on Russia, and the burden must be heavy. And if you say that sanctions is nothing, but I'm sure that the bodies of killed soldiers of Russia is not nothing, even if you are completely diabolical. We are sincerely grateful to the UN for its prompt decision to support the humanitarian response in Ukraine, as well as we highly commend the UN efforts to encourage major humanitarian donors to make additional funding available. I thank the Secretary General for his statement to this effect. And I have a plea. Stop harassing the Secretary General. Stop attacking him. Show respect to the institution. Stop wiping your feet of the Secretary General, who is a very nice person and a dedicated supporter of the UN Charter. We remain open for negotiations, but don't put words in our mouths. Don't manipulate with our statements about negotiations. We are sick of your interpretations. Speak on your own behalf. Do not speak on our behalf. This was stated by the President of Ukraine, that we are open to negotiations on a permanent basis, and we have been saying that all along. It is you who killed Normandy 4. It is you who killed the Minsk agreements. All that gibberish about who said what and when in Normandy 4 by no means can justify the offensive. By no means can justify thousands and thousands of your troops on our territory. Your today's call of your president to the Ukrainian army to remove the government of Ukraine? Are you crazy? show respect for the core principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Sovereign equality, non-use of force or threat of force against territorial integrity, and political independence. In my opening remarks, I said that parents of ambassadors here, all ambassadors but you, are proud of their children. And children of the ambassadors are proud of their parents. It's so painful to think what your family think about you when you lie every day. The Russian people deserve peace, democracy. The Russian people deserve liberty, and they will have it. If not tomorrow, because tomorrow is not possible, then probably in near future. Thank you.
The list of speakers is exhausted. Prior to concluding today's meeting, I wish to comment just on one thing and to calm members of the Council. There was a lot to comment on the representative of Ukraine. I will leave the boorishness at his conscience, on his conscience. This is a matter of his conscience, that is the boorishness with which he has addressed the Council. But I say one thing. This is a report yesterday. The Russian Defense Ministry, yesterday, 24 February, the units of the Russian Paratrooper Division took full control of area in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant area. Military services took the, by Ukraine, an agreement was reached about the joint provision of security for the sarcophagus and other units in the power plant. We do not want Ukraine to generate a dirty bomb. The representatives of the Defense Ministry noted that personnel of the stations continue to carry out service there, and they are monitoring the radioactive situation, their radioactive situation. And this is a report from Vienna. The level of radiation in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is low. The threat to population does not exist. This was announced on Friday by the Director General of the IAEA. The list of speakers is closed. The meeting stands adjourned.